Your seat. We're in open session recognitions, and I would like to hand this off to the superintendent, Dr. Woods.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gary Woods. It's a pleasure to have you. It's an honor to have you with us. Thank you for joining us on this busy night for all of you. But we have some very special recognitions. There is no doubt this is the favorite part of our meeting because it will continue for a while after we finish with all of you. Mr. Evans, take it away.
You hear me? There you go. All right. So first off, we just want to let you know, the audience, how this works. So during recognitions, it's really about us honoring the students and the different groups that are here. So the way it works is that we're going to have someone that's going to come in and talk about whatever group or student that's being honored. At that point in time, when you're done, you're going to walk over to the backdrop, and then we're going to have pictures over there. So what's going to happen is we'll talk here. We'll have everyone that needs to say what they need to say, take pictures, and then you would go be seated. So that's kind of the protocol of the night. Everyone got that? Feel free to clap and cheer and whatever you want to do. And parents, if you want to take pictures beyond the ones that are there, please feel free to come up with your camera. You'd be right over our shoulders, no problem. Don't be shy. Come and get the pictures you want as well. So, all right, everyone got it? Awesome. Well, good evening, everyone. I have the honor of having our first recognition of the night. And before I go into this person that's here, I actually want to invite them up so you guys can know who I'm talking about. And I'm actually stepping in for Miss Tina Miller, who's the principal over at Chaparral High School. And our first recognition tonight, and let me tell you right away what this is for. This student is Operation Homefront's 2024 Military Child of the Year for the Marine Corps. And if you don't know what that is, this is actually a very prestigious award, and it's very, very, very exciting to announce the student. So this student is Isabella Arrieta. Come on up. She's not going to act too shy here while I tell her about all the awesomeness she is over here. So first up, she's a senior at Chaparral High School, and she aspires to become a criminal defense attorney, and she isn't waiting for law school or even college to get experience in the field. So you'll know what I'm talking about in a second. She volunteers with the local peer court program that offers juveniles a hands-on understanding of the judicial system. She also cultivates her knowledge of law through an internship at a local firm and through competing on her school's mock trial team. Pretty impressive, right? And some other highlights is that she is the first high school research intern at National Latino Research Center. She, as I mentioned before, is a legal intern with Seminar and Hartman. She's a woman in law founder and president, hosted by the Criminal Justice Conference. She's a speech and debate founder and president. She's the mock trial captain, earned third in Riverside County. All right, I know, right? I'm like, and no, it keeps going. It keeps going. She's all kinds of amazing. And she's the Southwest Valley Youth Court attorney and juror. She's the captain of the varsity girls cross country team and a member of the Temecula Youth Advisory Council. Whew, okay, I'm winded. All right, but let's give a round of applause first up for Isabella. And I told her if she wanted to say something, because maybe with this resume, she could take my job. So I'll just go ahead and let her, if she wanted to say some words up here at the podium.
Yeah, so I guess what I just want to say is, first off, I'm incredibly honored to have won the award of Military Child of the Year from Operation Homefront in the first place. And I was incredibly honored to be representing Temecula Valley Unified School District. And then also, I just want to thank the board members for inviting me here and recognizing me for this. It's super cool. So thank you all, and yeah.
And next up, I told this person I would do them right by their introduction. This is the one, the only Mr. Don Skaggs from Great Oak High School. Come on
up. Good evening, district staff and board members. It is my pleasure this evening and I'd like to invite Aaron and Lisa to please join me up here. So, Great Oak High School this year earned the trifecta. 3 of the most prestigious awards that a school leadership program can receive, we received this year. It includes the Model Schools program, which is very difficult to be accepted as a model school. And we have that honor this year of representing Temecula Valley Unified School District at a large conference in Orlando, Florida, and presenting the culture of Great Oak High School at that conference. We also received the California Association of Student Leaders Outstanding Program Award. And we're also very proud that the 3rd award that we received was the National Gold Council, which is a very more self-reflective survey where we really had to look at our programs and what we were doing well. And very few schools reached the gold standard. And so I want to give credit to the students who did the footwork and who led the Great Oak High School leadership program this year. So Alyssa Pantlilio, if you'll come up. Cole Vasquez and Jake Riches. So these 3 are the student body presidents, have done an amazing job at presenting. They actually have presented at conferences here in Southern California and really put Great Oak High School on the map nationally. Also wanted to recognize Sal, Kelly, and Cade, who are going to be our student body presidents and current junior class presidents. And also Sophia and Evan, who are current sophomore class presidents. They did a lot of the footwork on getting all of the paperwork ready for this. So we are incredibly blessed. We have 9 sections of leadership. We believe we are the largest student council in the state of California. We don't know of anyone else that's bigger than we are. And we couldn't do it without the amazing students. I'd love for them to just stand up really quick. Just a handful and be recognized. So, as well as the amazing, am I missing someone? Oh, of course. And the Alicia Brennan, I should have brought you up here too. Get up here. I've already thrown her to the curb. So she actually promoted to be the assistant principal, but she and I worked together for 10 years and really helped build the program. And of course, our amazing principal, Amy Ricken, who she was relieved that she didn't have to speak tonight. So again, incredibly blessed to have our peer leader classes as well as all of our leadership classes and the amazing things that creating a program that has become nationally recognized. So thank you very much for this honor and allowing us to recognize. Anything on this?
And next up for our recognitions, we have Miss Gwen Riley. Welcome her on up.
Good evening. My name is Gwen Riley. I'm the autism coordinator for the district, but I also serve on our CAC, our Community Advisory Committee, along with our two co-presidents, Crystal Pastorian and Veronica Cubis. And this is the most exciting night for me because we get to honor some of our students who have worked so hard through the years and work incredibly through some difficult challenges in their lives, and they have shown to serve and exemplify excellence in the things that they do on their campuses and the different activities that they're involved with. And so I'm proud to be one of the CAC members that gets to be able to be up here to present them with this wonderful award. Tonight, each of the students, and I'm just going to use one as an example, will get not only their certificate, but they get a plaque that was created individually for each of them. So they'll each receive a plaque showing their award, in addition to a CAC t-shirt and then a few little goodies. So I'm just going to show it for one, but each one of them will get one of these this evening that is for them. So I'd like to start with our littlest person, our early childhood, our TKer, Jack Hodges. Jack, are you in the house tonight? There's Jack. All right. Come on up, Jack. Hi, Jack. How are you tonight?
Good.
Yeah? Are you excited?
Yeah, actually I love that point, so yeah.
Awesome. Okay,
I
well,
like bowling and netball, so I have a yoga and the bowling with the
really? You are so full of energy. I love it. Jack is one of our TKers. Oh, you make me laugh. Jack, you have been working so hard this year. You have a lot of things going on. And as a TK student, I bet you're full of energy, right?
I'm full of energy and put my weight on.
You're full of energy, yeah? And are you learning? Are you learning a lot of new things this year?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, I'm so proud, Jack. I'm so proud that we could give you this award tonight. So thank you for coming to get it, but thank you for keep working hard, okay? Okay. So here's this one. And here's your whole bag of goodies. Okay? Lots of good stuff. Okay. All right. Come over there and get your picture. Okay? Okay, next up is our elementary student, Shayla Duran from Red Hawk. And Mrs. Pastorian is going to be giving her award tonight.
Are you excited to be here? Everyone, this is Shayla Duran. She is a Red Hawk Elementary School student, and I am very, very proud to be standing here next to you to give you an award tonight. So, Shayla has been chosen to receive the Connections Award this evening because she has overcome several different challenges. Shayla has been working through anxiety, where she has completely shut down at times, making it very difficult for her to do her work. She's felt overwhelmed and just kind of not into it, right? But Shayla is now managing her feelings and being super confident about herself and her education, and she is now getting tutored. She is in softball, she is doing dance, and she is enjoying arts and crafts. And on behalf of the CAC tonight, we are so happy to be here with you to provide you a gift bag and give you an award and recognize all of your efforts.
Next up is Zoe Cribbs. Zoe is from Day Middle School, and presenting her award tonight is her wonderful teacher.
Kim Kremling, and this is Zoe. And I've watched Zoe blossom into this young, wonderful young person over the past 2 years. She's an example of kindness, dedication, positivity, and has a phenomenal school spirit. She's always helpful to all those around her. She loves to draw special pictures for all of the staff at school. She draws us all these wonderful pictures. Stay here, Zoe. Stay here with me. Stay with Mrs. Kremling. Stay here. Stay here. They want to hear about you. Her courage and independence have grown so much over the past 2 years. Just recently, she stood up in front of a class of 32 students and gave a wonderful PowerPoint presentation telling them all about her project. And she did it so confidently and courageous. I was so proud of her. She has put learning first and as a priority for her. She never misses a spirit day. She is such a joy, and her smile just brightens up the room. And because she's such an example on our campus, she's going to be part of our leadership community. She's going to be participating with our WEB, which stands for Where Everybody Belongs, orientation at the beginning of the school year, and she'll be helping sixth graders transition into middle school. She's definitely an example on our campus. Thank you.
Okay, next up is our high school student, Ella Vollimer from Temecula Valley High School.
Okay, sorry, Ella and we have like a special dance, so I'm not going to get her going. So I'm really excited to present this because I have such a good relationship with her. And Ella, you know, she walks around school, and her mom may contradict me, but she always has a smile on her face. But she's awesome. She's a sophomore. She's a stellar student. She excels on her cheer and dance team. And she plays with Unified Sports. She likes her classmates, right? Yes. And she's just grown. I mean, we were here to do the Pledge of Allegiance the one day, and she was so scared and timid, and now look at her. She's just standing up here taking all her accolades, so I'm super proud of her. So, okay, we're not in our dance clothes. It's okay. So, anyways, Ella, here's your certificate, and thank you for being you, and keep up the good work, okay? She's even posing. Okay, next up we have our adult student. John, are you here? I didn't see him walk in. He's part of our ATP program. Johnny loves being at school with his classmate and campus friends. He always has a smile for everyone. He is a helper to all of those around him. He's been a part of TVUSD his entire school career, and has impacted so many of us with his kind heart, smile, and good spirit. We'll make sure he gets all his goodies. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Governing Board, Superintendent, and Cabinet members. We are thrilled this evening to be able to extend a heartfelt thankfulness and appreciation towards our DLAC officers, who are our parents of multilingual students that serve on a DLAC board and an incredible conduit for us to use in a partnership to make sure that all of our kids have an opportunity to be academically successful and gain language proficiency. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention Crystal Fielstra and Jenny Romero. Crystal Fielstra and Jenny have been invaluable in terms of supporting and coming along side by side with our DLAC officers. This evening, Crystal wishes she could be here, but she is currently cheering the Pumas on as the girls lacrosse team is in the semifinals, and her daughter is a part of that team. And we felt it was important for her to be there, and she has also extended her heartfelt appreciation to each parent who is sitting here this evening. So what I would like to do is just say what an honor and a privilege it is to be here with Mrs. Romero. We go way back in terms of our service here at the district office, but more importantly, to thank our parents for your dedication to education, for your dedication to the multilingual students and ensuring their success, and because you help us understand the needs of your students, and you give us input that we need in our DLAC meetings so that we can meet the needs of our parents. And you have grown so much, and now you are teaching other DLAC parents in the DLAC meetings themselves, and what a wonderful honor it is to see that happen as well as we learn from each other. And you help us to plan our cafecitos on topics that our parents want, where we have lots of coffee and we can talk about what we need in order for our kids to be successful. We want to thank you for presenting to the parents, and we want to thank you for going above and beyond. Last month, they organized a cultural activity at Temecula City Hall so that we could showcase all of the different parent groups that we have and all the different languages that are represented here, which is a phenomenal amount of languages, over 50, for the amount of percentages that we have with English learners. We could not do this without you, and we are incredibly grateful for your support. So this evening, Mrs. Romero is going to read the names. Mrs. Romero and Mrs. Fielstra have gotten a token of appreciation, which is a DLAC coin, to celebrate their role on the DLAC officer board and their contribution to helping all of our students gain academic and language success.
Thank you. Besides this multilingual, multicultural group that represents several countries around the world, they also represent elementary, middle, and high schools from across our district, helping us to make sure that we reach students at every site. So I'd like to call them up. Crystal Fielstra has designed these beautiful commemorative coins for them, and then they can stand here in the front and go get their certificates. So DLAC President, Annie Shang. And another DLAC president, Rosa Ortiz. Our DLAC vice presidents are Susana Palacios, Minhui Kwang, here, Minhui. May Shou. Thank you, May. And our secretaries are Rosy Sanchez, Emma Liu, thank you, Sally Wang, thank you. And our community festival organizers, Claudia Melchiori and her husband, Jaume Carrera. And we'd like to thank the officers who couldn't make it tonight, Bolivar Ning, Yan Li, and Ivan Shao.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you to Dr. Woods, the governing board, and the TVUS leadership team for honoring Temecula Valley's CIF champion boys basketball team. I am very honored to present this group. This group of young men gave TVHS its first CIF men's basketball title in the program's history. After going 4-52 the previous 2 years, this group defines perseverance and commitment. Commitment to each other, commitment to the coach, and commitment to the vision. It's a shame, and I think Ms. Lash and Mr. Arce would agree, that this group wasn't allowed to go further and compete in the state championship, which they had truly earned. In addition to performing on the court, this group also represents in other ways, often seeing many of them volunteering in unified sports and maintaining a team GPA of 3.85 during the season. It is truly a great group of young men. Before I introduce the group, I also want to highlight 2 members of the team, Coach James Profit, who earned Coach of the Year honors from CIF, and Jeremiah Profit, who earned Player of the Year honors from CIF. So come on up, gentlemen. We'll start with the coaches, head coach James Profit and assistant coach Eric Willis. Seniors, Elijah Rourke, Riley Valdez, and Tyler Sidnor, along with senior Mehdi Aslami. Senior team manager Cade Myers and Colden Nguyen. Miles Costello, Connor Gibson, Liam Hodgkinson, Taz Jackson, Bryce Jacobson, Mason Lima, Jeremiah Profit, Fabian Ruiz, and Cristiano Theppi. It is our expectation that this is hopefully the first of several visits we get to make here honoring the same. Nice job, gentlemen.
Okay, that concludes recognitions. Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes recognitions. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Now we're on to items considered in closed session for action in open session. Item 81, I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion manner. Number 282254, waiver of suspended expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second? Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes. Motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. And then Jen, readout of action taken in closed session. Closed session began at 4 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. I'll hand it over to Mrs. Wiersma.
It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barclay to deny the claim for damages AW received April 10th, 2024. The vote was 4-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Wiersma to approve the compromise and release agreement for case number OAH number 202410099, and the vote was 4-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Wiersma to approve the attorney fees for the final release and settlement agreement OAH number 202-305-0452. The vote was 4-0.
Thank you. L, recognitions, announcements, school-related organizations. Prior to the board meeting, we recognized numerous achievements, such as Military Student of the Year Award, our Great Oak High School, WSB's NASC 2024 National Gold Council of Excellence, awards from our Community Advisory Committee, and the contributions of our district English learners, parent volunteers, and not on here, but CIF champions basketball for Temecula Valley High School. Awesome. We will now have student spotlights. Up first from Chaparral High School, Jillian and Natalia, welcome up.
Cabinet members, this is Jilly
and Ellie,
Chaparral ASB presidents.
We have a few updates and videos we are proud to share with you.
Starting off, the athletics department was proud to recognize 4 senior athletes for their accomplishments in their sports. Natalia Ferretti and Braylon Doty were named Athletes of the Year, along with Jack Hoagland and Mila Igo recognized for Scholar Athletes of the Year. These students demonstrate pride each and every day at school, and we are so proud of them.
As the middle schoolers and juniors had their state testing, we sent the middle school some support with this fun video.
Good luck, middle schoolers, on your state testing.
You guys got this.
Don't stress and give it all you got. Go Pumas!
Over the past 2 weeks, we have worked with our Unified Sports Club to put on both Unified Sports Track and Field and also our Puma Spirit Games. We had such a fun time.
The sun shining through is just a cloud away.
This week is Staff Appreciation Week. We wanted to shout out the amazing staff and faculty at Chaparral. Thank you for all you do. This week our ASB classes are going around to each classroom every period, offering staff and faculty snacks and beverages.
We are so excited to present to the school board our new ASB council members for the next school year. Congratulations to all. Last week, our culture clubs in ASB held Culture Week, where groups like Asian Pacific Club, Desi Student Union, Latinos Unidos, Black Student Union, Haka, and Heo Hananani were able to spotlight their unique and amazing culture and to celebrate the diversity we have here at SHAP.
That's all we have for the school year of 2023-2024. Thank you for having us again, and remember to keep it classy, Pumas.
It's on. Okay, that's actually not all that we have. So, good evening, board members and cabinet members. My name is Jilly Heron. I'm here for the final time to spotlight the current events happening at CHS.
And I'm Natalia Delgado, senior class president, filling in for Ellie today.
Our drama department produced Mean Girls, the biggest show of the year, and it was a hit. We are so proud of our drama department and are proud to say that every play always brings the crowd to a standing ovation with the immense talent these students and Mr. Irvin bring to the table.
For the upcoming school year, our mascots will be practicing with the sideline cheer team. We held tryouts and had a blast watching students express their mascot personality.
Girls lacrosse plays J. Sarah today at 5 p.m. for the semifinals of CIF playoffs. If all goes as planned, the girls will be headed to the finals for the first time this Saturday.
Varsity boys swim, Jack Hoagland, David Toshak, Dylan Ranshaw, and Ethan Chen became back-to-back league championships in the 200 freestyle relay. They placed second in CIF and are the first boys team to qualify for state. They also broke the school record.
Our senior awards night is May 21st. We have over 40% of our seniors receiving awards for academic excellence and achievement.
As CAS testing has come to a close, our school is very proud to announce Chaparral had both high attendance and finishing rates. We want to wish all students a good luck as AP testing began this week.
This year, Chaparral's prom will be at a new location in Costa Mesa called the OC Hangar. We are looking forward to the night amongst the stars this Saturday at 7 p.m.
Our Crystal Apple Award winners are Miss Salas, Mr. Spitz, and Miss Grover. Congratulations to Miss Grover for being the overall winner of the Crystal Apple Award.
That's all we have for the school year of 23-24. Thank you for having us this year, and remember to keep it classy, Pumas.
Thank you, Jillian and Natalia. Next up from Great Oak High School, we have Alyssa and Madison. Welcome up.
Good evening, board members. I'm Alyssa Key, the senior school board representative.
And I'm Madison Jans, the junior school board representative. And since it's our last meeting of this school year, we also wanted to introduce.
Hi, everybody. I'm Abby, and I will be presenting to you guys next school year.
I just want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity for the last time. I'm going to start crying. I just want to say, Madison, you did a very I just want to say Madison did a very good job this year. And I'm so happy that Abby's joining the team. So with all that, I hope you enjoy your video.
On April 25th, our students began their AP and IB testing with over 550 IB exams and more than 2,300 AP exams to be completed. We wish these students the best of luck. We're also looking forward to recognizing our amazing seniors at our academic signing on May 21st. Seniors committed to a college, trade school, or military branch will all be spotlighted, and we're so proud of these students for all of the effort they've put into their education, especially this last year. Mr. Siddiqui, Mrs. Castillo, and Mr. Duran were our staff members for the week this past month. Mr. Siddiqui is our lead campus supervisor and a great team member, but above all, an amazing friend and person to all students and staff. He's made connections all over campus and is very well respected for his hard work and dedication to creating a campus where students feel connected. Great Oak is also so blessed to have him and is a better school because of all he does. Mrs. Castillo cares deeply for every student on campus and will always advocate for all students, but is also willing to have the hard conversations and motivate them to make better decisions. Staff and students love her, and she inspires everyone on campus to think differently and be more flexible. Mr. Duran works as our locker room attendant and equipment manager. He's always ready to help with any technical problems and has helped WSB on numerous occasions with the sound system. We're so lucky to have someone so willing to help at all times. We also wanted to shout out Edmund Boo, Samantha Young, and Bradley Morgan, who were celebrated at the Riverside County Academic Awards 2024, which recognizes student achievement and exceptional graduates. Bradley Morgan is also our Student of the Year. No one deserves this more than he does for everything he is involved in on campus and the amount of effort he puts into absolutely everything. We had so many amazing events hosted at the end of the month of April and beginning of May. We had our Great Oak Powwow where food, drinks, vendors, and traditional dancers covered our baseball fields. It was so cool to see our students' culture showcased for all of those who came. One of Great Oak's favorite events, Wolf of the Pack, was on the 22nd. WSB hosted this great event, and it was so fun to see so many senior boys getting involved during their last year here at Great Oak. That same week, we also had our Great Oak Annual Variety Show, where our students were given the opportunity to showcase their talents. A Great Oak alumni, Brendan Jackson, was a 5th-round draft pick into the NFL this year, and was drafted to play for the Los Angeles Rams after playing college football with Washington State. We wish him the best of luck in his bright future. Prom was on May 4th, fitting the theme Star Wars. Hosted at the San Diego Air and Space Museum, this year's prom was spectacular. Not only did these students have a chance to explore the museum, and they also had a chance to dance, eat, and above all, spend this night with their friends. Thank you to the San Diego Air and Space Museum for having us and making this night one to remember. In order to celebrate Earth Day, our Great Oak peer leaders put on Earth Appreciation Week. Tuesday was Reusable Water Bottle Day, Wednesday was a Green Day, Thursday was Plant a Plant Day, where our students had the opportunity to plant their own flower during lunch, and Friday was Sustainable Fashion Day, and our students wore thrifted, upcycled, or passed down clothing. Peer leaders also sponsored Safe Driving Week, where each day our leaders highlighted the importance of safe driving while sharing the dangers of the road with our students. We thank you, peer leaders, for putting on these events to spread awareness amongst our staff and students. Our Great Oak Blood Drive this year had a total of 78 donors and 67 pints, meaning 201 lives will be touched and potentially saved. This makes yet another successful blood drive, and we hope to continue to help so many more lives. Our school was selected to present at the Riverside County of Education because our school is #1 in the country for one of the career in college indicators. This means our students have rebounded the best in the county in comparison to our pre-COVID number. We have already surpassed the percentage of students and numbers of exams we administered in 2018 and 2019. Our Great Oak students continue to get involved outside of Great Oak, and we're so happy to share their amazing accomplishments. Elizabeth Bujas, Alora France, Nicole Lacey, and Mila Peralta were selected as the second-place winners in the mental health category for the Riverside and San Bernardino County region in the Directing Change program and film contest. Jordan Milton is the president of our speech and debate club on campus and has participating in the Lions Club speech competition for 3 years. This year she won her first 3 rounds with her topic For a Better World, I Would Be Kind, and won the district round for a $4,500 scholarship. We wish her the best of luck as she continues on to the area round for a chance of winning a $6,500 scholarship, and then to finals for a chance at a $10,000 scholarship. Our Red Wave class applications have just ended and interviews are almost done. This class focuses on recognizing and promoting athletic, performing, and club competitive groups, marketing, captain's council, crossover events with the WSB events class, and signing ceremonies. So many amazing athletes were recognized for their sport commitments at our athletic signing, and we're so proud in each and every one of them. We also wanted to celebrate our Great Oak Varsity Winter Guard, who were the gold medal champions for the West Coast Winter Guard, and even went on to the World Championships in Ohio, where they placed 18th in the world. A week later, the JV Winter Guard was awarded the WGASC Silver Medalist. What an amazing team. The Great Oak Drumline qualified for the state championships taking place at Cal St. Bernardino, where they won the championship gold medal for the Percussion Scholastic Open Division. Great Oak High School's AFJROTC competed in an All-Armed Forces JROTC national drone competition, where each team submitted their 3 fastest attempts at an obstacle course, which would then be evaluated for grading. Our racing team won 2nd place in the nation for remote JROTC units with a time of 22 seconds. Congratulations. Our CA 20052 USAF JROTC unit competed at Merino Valley on April 13th, where we took home 10 trophies.
Thank you, Elisa, Madison, and welcome, Abby. Next up from Temecula Via High School, I'd like to welcome up Alicia and Nick.
Good evening. We are super sad that it is our last student spotlight, but very grateful to have been the representatives all year. Thank you for inviting us for the last time, and for those who still need a refresher, I'm Alicia.
And I'm Nick. 2 weeks ago was our prom at the Port Pavilion in downtown San Diego, and it was Pixie Hollow theme. It was such an enchanted night and was beautifully decorated. Congratulations to our prom royalty, Mia Compton and Ryan Mansfield. These students truly embody what it means to be a Golden Bear.
May is Asian American Pacific Islander Month. Last time we mentioned that we were passing out red envelopes with good luck wishes on them for AP testing, and we handed out 954 red envelopes last week to the 954 TV students taking exams this week and next. We also have interviews lined up with Asian and Pacific Islander-owned businesses in Temecula. It was a little early for the Heritage Month, but on April 20th, TV got to host the 15th annual Ke Aloha celebration. Tahitian and Polynesian dancers from 5 schools participated in the 3-hour show with Liberty, Vista Marietta, Great Oak, Marietta Mesa, Chaparral, and TV's Ohana Mana all performed.
May is also Mental Health Awareness Month. Since AP exams just started, we want students to make sure that they take care of themselves. In honor of this, teachers are giving students tips on how they can take care of their mental health while preparing for their exams. We care for our students and everyone's well-being, so it's important to show our support and care for one another when Mental Health Awareness Month concludes.
Our Surf Stuff Drive-In movie was our most attended one in all the years we've hosted. We served Otter Pops to those who received an academic pin for their amazing success, gaining a 3.0, 3.5, 4.0, or improving their GPA by 0.5 or more since the end of the semester.
Golden Bear Athletics keeps on rolling through CIF playoffs. After a big win over Riverside Poly last weekend, girls lacrosse will be hosting Northwood High School tonight at 6:30. Lacrosse hasn't been a CIF sport for a ton of years, but this was our first CIF win for the program. We're very proud of our stunt cheer team who headed to Fresno this Friday for the state championship after coming off their 3rd finish at the SoCal Stunt Championship, beating out 20 teams. Junior Jack Stadelman heads to CIF finals in the 200-meter representing TVHS track, and Austin Smith and Carson Escribano competed yesterday at the CIF golf finals. Our spring sport did extremely well.
Last week and this week, our drama production is putting on the musical The Mystery of Edwin Drood. It's a hilarious musical where the audience participation determines the ending. They decide who they think killed Edwin Drood. It's like a choose-your-own adventure. There are more than 600 possible endings, and the musical was based on a Charles Dickens' last book in which he passed away before it was finished. There wasn't an ending. You can still see it on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday at their 2 p.m. for their matinee show.
We're always trying to give students a chance to perform and get up in front of an audience. They're great memories. In April, we hosted our 2nd open mic night of the year. We had singing, dancing, and lip syncing.
Our annual recognition rally is approaching in just a couple weeks. As the last rally of the year, we wrap up all the accomplishments throughout the year from clubs, athletics, and activities. It's circus-themed, and we're recognizing over 1,000 students for their accomplishments over the 24-25 school year. We reintroduce our homecoming court and prom court and have a ton of shout-outs to students and staff. I can't wait.
Our beloved seniors are getting ready for the end of the year events. They have their senior barbecue on the 17th. They're headed to Knott's Berry Farm on the 20th, and our favorite is the commitment signing ceremony a few days after. Commitment signing is an opportunity for our seniors to show off their commitments for after high school, whether that's military, vocational school, college, or university. Coming up after those is also the Walk of Gratitude at the elementary and middle schools, Senior Sunset, and Senior Breakfast. Thank you so much for having us this year. It was an amazing school year with so many meaningful and fun memories that our students are going to live with forever. We will see you next year, and as always, I'm Nick.
And I'm Alicia, and
stay golden.
Thank you, Alicia and Nick. Okay, from Rancho Vista High School, I'd like to welcome up Robbie and Papa. Mike Shirley.
Good evening, board members. We are from Rancho Vista High School, and we are here to update you on what's been happening on our campus since we last met. As usual, I'm Papa Ugo Anderson.
And I'm Robbie Slapka. In April, Rancho hosted our second career day of the year. We had a voiceover actor from Crunchyroll, CAL FIRE, Army National Guard, Twitch event planner, pilots, flight attendants, firefighters, and more. Students really liked it.
On April 27th, Rancho Vista went to prom in downtown San Diego. Want to say a huge thank you to the Temecula Valley High School Golden Bears for inviting us to their prom. Our students had a blast.
Our seniors and juniors had the opportunity to visit Palomar Community College and Mount San Jacinto College. The tour to MSJC was amazing. We got to visit their soccer and football field, gym, and photographic room. The trip to Palomar was just as amazing. We got to visit their art showcase room, mechanic shop, library, nursing classrooms, media room, and more.
We hosted our annual blood drive on May 2nd, which was a huge success. Students had the opportunity to receive 2 hours for donating blood and 4 hours for donating plasma.
A few facts about the 3 blood drives we hosted this year. Each pint of blood is enough to save the lives of 8 babies. For each pint of blood, $10 goes back to our school. The 3 of our Rancho Vista High School blood drives have donated over 120 pints of blood during the school year. We've helped a lot of people and raised around $1,200 for the school.
Last week, we hosted our annual door decorating contest. The theme for this contest is summer and spring. Advisory classes worked on their door during advisory. It is something our advisory teachers look towards to as they are competitive. Congratulations to Ms. Cooper's class for winning. Congratulations to Ms. Cooper for their winning door.
We are currently hosting a spring food drive where students could donate cans for community service. We believe helping the community is very important. 2 upcoming events are our 3rd annual Culture Festival on May 23rd. At the festival, we introduce various cultures such as African, Asian, Polynesian, and more. We are happy to announce that several departments here at the district office are teaming up with students at Rancho to create and host a booth at our Cultural Festival. Thanks for your support.
Our seniors have a special trip at Knoxboro Farm just for them. We are sad to see them leave, but Knoxboro Farm is a good place to end the school year. We'll continue to miss Rancho even as we graduate. Finally, Rancho students would like to say thank you to the school board, the district office, and every one of the cabinet members for having us here. And for the last time this year, keep soaring.
Keep soaring, Eagles.
Thank you, Robbie and Papa. And I just want to thank all ASB leadership that will no longer be with us this next year. We thank you so much for your time and all the service you've given to the district, and I pray that you flourish elsewhere in your future endeavors. Thank you so much. Okay, now we will recognize CSEA Spotlight with Andrew Enriquez. Andrew, feel free to come up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Vickery is passing out our CSEA classified employee appreciation buttons to each of the cabinet members and to the board. Okay, here we go. Classified Employees Week runs from May 19th through May 25th. We celebrate it on our last chapter meeting, which is going to be on May 6th from 5 to 6 o'clock. Actually in this room, probably that one, because it breaks up. Dr. Woods, we would like to have you as a guest, and any of the cabinet or any of the school board members. I know that there's a limitation of who comes, So we would appreciate at least one of you guys to come break bread with us, enjoy some cupcakes and some pizzas, and talk to. It will be on the 16th. The 16th at 5:30 for you guys, because we have to handle a couple of chapter business things. And of course, the executive cabinet is welcome as well. We are going to be doing negotiations on the 15th, where we will have several topics for discussion. We look forward to meeting with the district's negotiations team on that. And finally, just thank you for having that proclamation on our behalf. That was last board meeting, so it's very much appreciated. And we look forward to seeing some representatives from executive cabinet and from the school board at our chapter meeting. Y'all have a very great evening, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Andy. Next up, we have Spotlight with TVEA President Edgar Diaz. Welcome up, Edgar.
Good evening, board and staff. I'm pleased to present the final TVA Spotlight for the year in this new quarterly system. We've been out to different sites, I think 24 different sites, to recognize over 45 different members, either nominations or awards. I think with nominations includes more, just to be able to say all the people who were recognized from their peers and their colleagues for the great work they're doing. We're also looking forward to our end of the year retirement event, which is the day before the TVUSD event. So a lot of party time, a lot of celebrations for our retirees who are probably counting down the hours they have left. I can't express the energy coursing through us as educators as we plan and prepare to close out another successful school year with students. Months of energy to reach this exciting time to celebrate and recognize our students and educators' achievements for the year. Many of these students that were here crossing milestones while overcoming obstacles and learning from failures all along the way. TVA celebrates the students and our educators here in attendance and throughout our district. It is also appropriate on this Teacher Appreciation Week, where we recognize the efforts made by educators in every level to build relationships with students and provide opportunities for growth and success that can be built on in the future. Working with students is like tending to a garden, where we see small growth and never see the final harvest, which is why it's so special to see students later in their academic or their life journey when they come around and find you still in your classroom and they say, "What's my name?" And you don't recognize them. I know I will be attending Gardner's Walk of Gratitude to see some of these fine ladies and gentlemen I had the pleasure of working with in 8th grade fairly shortly. While our educators do as much as they can with the tools and time at their disposal, I believe TVUSD needs to live up to elevating and caring for each other. Currently, we have special education teachers who feel they are set up to fail. They manage to get through the day assisting students, but with bruises, bites, and even concussions. The emotional toll is draining. They know the potential their programs can accomplish for their students, but they feel like they fall short when the daily focus turns to maintaining a safe learning environment for students and staff. The physical toll is draining. The lack of support, the lack of staff to support students makes it nearly impossible for educators to take their 30-minute duty-free lunch because they worry for the safety of their staff. Establishing safe environments for students may also limit the amount of recess or art experiences for students, as they have to cobble together which staff will be out there, who's attending to restroom duties, and if there are even staff that are unavailable to attend because of absences. TVUSD will be caught in a cycle of onboarding SPED professionals as seasoned professionals choose to leave due to the stress of fulfilling legal requirements without needed support, teaching conditions that trigger health issues, or safety conditions that make it untenable. Elementary teachers are also asking for conditions that will help them do their job well. If you have been through an elementary classroom, you know that they move mountains to establish culture and environment that is conducive to learning and excellence. Many arrive days and weeks before the start of the school year. My friend Kate Kennedy works more than the sun on some days. Her 1994 van is the first and last of the VES parking lot. Well, she actually just posted it for sale, so if you're looking for one, you might be able to find it online. Elementary educators are pleading for recognition of the work they put in to help Temecula students succeed. They are laying down the foundation for students into the future. It is awful that for so long, secondary teachers receive about 30% more time to prepare, grade, collaborate, communicate during contractual hours. It is no surprise that elementary educators are taking stress leaves, are affected with medical conditions, all while trying to hold the classroom together. They want to provide the best for Temecula students even if it comes at the cost of their own health. What educators ask for is basic. They want to be confident that they're able to do the job that they're assigned. They don't need someone listening to them. They don't need mindfulness or stress techniques. They need respect. On Teacher Appreciation Week, TVUSD can provide respect through our bargaining process and by a task force with CSEA, TVA, and TVUSD cabinet leaders who are dedicated to providing solutions for the future. Good night.
Thank you, Edward. Okay, we're on to public comments. This will be a little longer tonight. I have a few extra things to read out. Public comments are an important part of the board meeting and they are given careful consideration by the board. Public comment is restricted to items listed on the meeting agenda or otherwise within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes for a maximum total of 30 minutes. Unless otherwise determined by the board does not take any formal action on items during public comment or on any item that has not been placed on the published agenda and is in accordance with the Brown Act. Public comment provides members of the public with an opportunity to speak to the board. Accordingly, public comments are to be directed to the board only and not to the audience in attendance or to individual audience members. Hate speech, obscenity, or other conduct during public comment that actually disrupts the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Similarly, conduct by audience members that actually disrupts the public comment or any other aspect of the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Attendees who actually disrupt the meeting will be warned and removed in accordance with the Government Code Section 54957.95. Jason Vickery, seated in the back middle, will act as my designee for purposes of Section 54957.95, and we have posted our expectations here in the meeting room so that attendees can easily access them. Please also feel free to refer to any questions regarding our expectations and procedures to Mr. Vickery, who would be happy to assist you. Finally, pursuant to Education Code Section 7054, the public comment process should not be used to show support or for opposition to any ballot measure or candidate election, including candidates for election to this board. We all know that there is a special election going on right now. Please do not mention you are for or against, even in the last few seconds of your comment, or I'll gavel. Please, 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 all the adults in the audience, please adhere to this. I do want to read out the edited objective expectations in the back. They were posted. So I'll do a quick reading of that. Blue tab, there we go. Thank you, Lene. Okay, disruptions will not be tolerated. After being given a warning, attendees who disrupt the meeting will be removed by the board president or designee in accordance with the Government Code Section 54957.95. Underlined, actual disruptions include disturbing, impeding, or preventing orderly conduct of the meetings, use of hate speech, obscenity, or similar conduct that disrupts the meeting, use of loud, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the meeting, speaking, whistling, clapping, stomping feet, or other conduct interrupting a recognized speaker, engaging other attendees for the purpose of creating a disruption that actually disrupts the meeting, display of signs or other large objects designed to block attendees' views or attendees' participation in the meeting, any other conduct that disrupts the meeting, any conduct that constitutes a threat of force or an actual threat of force, no warning required. So those are our new objective expectations posted on each of the walls that you can look at. Finally, if I use these cards, I use them to give warnings to save time. And that brings me to legal counsel. And I was instructed to actually reach out to the Patch. They posted an article more than 2 weeks ago. I'm going to read you a statement. However, if you contact Patch, you may tell them that we will confirm the headline and subheadline in their article. Quote, Temecula Valley USD Board President must cease penalty card system, end quote, standing alone does not reflect the terms of the settlement. That is Head General Counsel for ACLU. Okay, so that's misinformation, and it's very misleading. So that is a correction. I have yet to email the Patch. We'll see that, see if they correct it. But as it stands, I give these to give warnings to save time. And some people are visual learners, by the way. They see the color, they know. but I also have to give a verbal warning with that system. If you see me point to you and give you a yellow card, it's your first warning that you've actually disrupted the board meeting from proceeding. If you receive a second yellow, then it automatically turns to a red, and then you'll be asked to escort yourself out of the board meeting. If your behavior is egregious enough, you'll be given a red card, and you'll be asked to escort yourself out. If asked to escort yourself out and you don't, I'll ask security to help escort you out. If the audience gets too disruptive as a whole, I'll give you a warning. After that, I reserve the right to have the entire audience removed so that the Governing Board of Education can conduct business publicly without disruption. In any of these situations, if you're asked to leave, you can still watch the live stream board meeting online. These are the options before us now. I hope we have a smooth and productive Governing Board meeting tonight. Thank you for being patient. I know that was a lot. Tonight we have 19 comments times 2. That's 38 minutes. What does the board say?
So you're saying all comments at 2 minutes each?
Equals 38 minutes, 19. What do you?
That's fine with me.
All right, we'll do them all. Lene, thank you so much. We'll take all 19 comments.
First up is Cindy Lopez, followed by Melanie Boussard.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cindy Lopez, and I'm an employee of TVUSD, a homeowner and a resident since 2013. I've been attending these board meetings for about 2 years now, and I'd like to offer my perspective on some misleading comments made during this time period. Number one, COVID is over. The rest of the world has moved on, and so too should we. Over the last 4 years, we continue to hear these comments. Number two, parents' rights, no dispute. I can't think of a single parent in the last 30 years in my career that doesn't feel like I don't have a partnership with me. Same for my colleagues. Number three, you claim your students and parents are your focus, yet the most underrepresented you turned your back on by voting down the LCAP plan last board meeting. Number four, book adoption and board policy 6000, nothing new. This has always been the process, just looks a little prettier maybe. Number five, groomers, indoctrinators, child molesters, and pedophiles. We'd be in prison if that were the case. Stop the name calling. TVA as the mafia and bullies. You criticize 1,315 members of TVA, while you yourself, Mr. Komrosky, enjoy the benefits of your membership with California Teachers Association. Stop misleading our community. Our teachers deserve better. And I'll leave you with this. When did educators become the villains and the forgotten stakeholders in this community? Thank you and good evening.
Thank you.
Melanie Boussard, followed by Christy McClure.
I reached out to Dr. Woods after I learned that the district was now implementing the forced outing policy. As a district parent, this deeply impacts me and my family, and I found what he had to say very troubling. In Temecula, non-gender conforming youth seeking teacher support are instead sent to the principal's office, a disciplinary figure, as if a student asserting their gender identity is now misbehaving. Then the student is read the parental non-notification policy that was written by Komrosky and told that they have 3 days to go back in the closet or their parents will be called. Predictably, every single student given this coercive ultimatum retracted their statements. My heart breaks for the students who were forced to reverse their truth or be outed. But what adds to my concern is the lack of any formally written administrative guidelines for how this policy is implemented, which Dr. Woods explained to me was due because of the current lawsuits against the district. But isn't it in the best interest of our students that we have a defined administrative policy that reduces ambiguity? So why don't we have one? Well, I figured it out. By not having a formally written administrative policy, and then by coercing children into retracting their gender identity declarations, you've now created a legal loophole that allows the district to plausibly deny to courts that they're harming anyone. At least you're not harming them in the way that you say you are. This Machiavellian approach, claiming no formal administrative rules while brazenly perpetrating this policy's horrific intent through back-channel intimidation, reprehensively manipulates the system, the principles of good governance that you swore to uphold. Let me be clear, coercing students into retracting sincere declarations of their gender identity is not only ethical, it's psychologically abusive, and you know it.
Thank you.
Christy McClure, followed by Upney.
I am so tired of the lying and misinformation coming from you, Jen, and from you, Dr. Komrosky. So let's talk about what you've supposedly done for TVUSD. Banning CRT. CRT was never taught here. Your expert said so and you said so. You banned something just in case a teacher goes rogue. If a teacher teaches anything that's not okay, there are existing policies in place to address it. Your CRT ban is like banning nudity in these meetings. Should we pass that policy just in case? If you're against it, does that mean you support trustees stripping down up there? No, because that's ridiculous, just like the CRT ban. How about removing pornography from schools? You haven't removed a single book since you were elected. The only books that have been removed are because of existing policies, regularly adding and removing books, usually removed due to lack of use. You did nothing. In addition, every supposedly pornographic book that you brought up are not assigned books. They sit in the library for a high school student, often an adult, to check out. How about all the 5G cell tower talk? You haven't changed anything. The same level of radiation and the same cell towers exist as they did when you took office. You just wasted taxpayer dollars confirming what every expert told you. There is no danger. All you did was cancel renewing contracts, which won't happen for at least 10 years. And finally, you claim to champion parental rights. However, every single example you brought up, there's an existing policy, either TVUSD or California Ed Code. They give parents every single one of those rights and complete control over their child's education. Maybe if you took the time to learn the job, read the policies in Ed Code, you would know this. We don't need redundant policies. Please stop lying, calling us names, and making fun of your constituents. We just want you to do your job. And after 18 months, you still won't or can't. I don't get it.
Thank you.
Upney, followed by James Richardson.
Good evening. I'd like to address Dr. Komrosky's conduct at our previous meeting. He publicly read content that he deemed inappropriate for a high school library during a business meeting, blatantly disregarding attendee sensitivities and the presence of children. He is definitely not the right person to dictate what is appropriate or inappropriate for others' children. The Supreme Court discussed the Pico versus Island Trees School District case, which involved books with much more explicit content than what Dr. Komrosky read, which shows that even explicit content can be handled professionally and with dignity without resorting to political drama. I strongly condemn his baseless public statements, unjustly labeling teachers as groomers. This conduct is unacceptable for a school board president. While I typically rely on logic, common sense, and data to guide my decisions, I would like to acknowledge the influence of moral values instilled in me by my family, especially my grandmother, who I mentioned in the previous meeting. It seems we are at a point where government officials think they should dictate morality and overreach into private family lives. I was taught about the problems with Haumai, which translates to I am. Haumai represents a person's mistaken perception of their own importance, the notion that the world revolves around them, and the assumption that the experiences, desires, and the needs of others are somehow less tangible or meaningful than their own. My grandmother also taught me the concept of kirt kamao, which means earn honestly, which teaches me to do every task with utmost diligence and integrity. In my view, Dr. Komrosky has not been transparent and honest in fulfilling his elected role. He continues to spread hatred and division, actions that discriminate against a specific group of individuals. This is in conflict with my moral values, which strictly condemn such behavior and discrimination against anyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Richardson, followed by Jenny Sharp.
The voicemail on my phone yesterday was from you.
saying, "This is Dr. Joseph Komrosky, School Board President of TVUSD. Who do you want deciding what your children are taught in our schools? You, the parent, or Gavin Newsom?" In just 8 seconds, you make your personal priority clear, not to execute your sworn role as a TVUSD trustee, but to wage war on Gavin Newsom in Sacramento from that seat, and willing to divert funds from student education and growth activities to pay legal fees for breaking California state law. Run for state assembly if you want to change those laws, but taking money from TVUSD students to fight state law from our presidency, it's shameful and ego-driven. I also take issue with your self-proclamation as Dr. Joseph Komrosky with over 20 years in nuclear medicine. I asked several of my PhD colleagues if they ever refer to themselves as doctor. These are PhDs in math, engineering, physics, and even nuclear physics. All of them told me never, always as name, comma, PhD. When used for introductions, such as presenting papers, the title doctor is always followed by clarification, earning his PhD in whatever discipline from whatever institution. Yes, your bio on the TVUSD website reveals your PhD in philosophy and unrelated 20 years working in radiology, but characterizing yourself as Dr. Komrosky with over 20 years in nuclear medicine intentionally misleads people to believe you are a medical doctor, which is, again, shameful and ego-driven. You are not a medical doctor. You are not a qualified technical expert on the safety of cellular emissions, which the report you wasted student money on confirms. You are not serving the students of TVUSD in your fight against Sacramento.
Thank you.
Jenny Shar, followed by Natalia Delgado.
Ooh, I'm excited, Natalia. All right. Hey, Kay, I heard you were looking for me.
Come on, Jenny Sharp, drive by.
Yeah. Well, I'm right here. It's a little creepy that you're so obsessed with me, by the way. But unlike you, I was super busy at a meeting planning ways to help and uplift students in the community, not harm and lie to them. So lies, that's what I'm here to talk about today. Before the last board meeting, you spoke at a luncheon where you continue to malign and lie about this community's educators. You once again called us groomers. You did admit that it's not all teachers, but reiterated that there are definitely some. You stated unequivocally that you know there are groomers here amongst us, preying on TVUSD's children. Well, if that's the case, not only an awkwardly self-proclaimed hero, but also as a mandated reporter, you've reported these groomers, right? By law, as a board trustee, and I mean as a community cape wearer, you must report these supposed child abusers to the proper authorities. So I ask you, have you? We all know the answer is a hard no. So why not? That's because, like everything else in your tenure, this unfounded claim is based on fear-mongering and lies. As a hero and professor of ethics and logic, you should know better. Is it heroic to stoke division and fear amongst our community to serve your own politically motivated agenda? Is it logical to continually make unsubstantiated claims against people who have dedicated their lives to service? Is it ethical to say that you know children are being abused yet do nothing about it? Or are you lying yet again? Either you are not the hero you call yourself, or you are a liar. At that same women's luncheon, you admitted to not telling the truth. You said, and again I quote, "Because it's important to support claims with evidence, you should try it." You said, "I'm going to speak freely because I know this is a conservative gathering. This can only mean that you are not honest here. So this is why we will vote yes on the recall."
So this is a prime example of what not to do. We said no campaigning. You have it, the first person that campaigned. Please do not campaign on the mic. Thank you. You're welcome. And you're a repeat offender. Whatever. Thank you.
Natalia Delgado, followed by Gia Ruda.
Sorry. My advisor's going to stand with me if that's okay. Okay. Good evening, TVUSD Board. I'd like to begin by saying serving on a board is a wonderful privilege, and I thank you for your leadership service. I know that you all are working on emphasizing leadership in your strategic plan. Today, I would like to discuss my civic engagement project. Starting in July of 2023, California law requires school districts to have student representation on their school board of education, according to the California School Board Association 2023. Our district has yet to fulfill this measure. The law states that students who reside in districts without student school board representation can petition their school board for representation with 500 signatures from their peers or 10% of their district high school population. Instead of just getting 500 signatures from CHS students, I received signatures from students at TVHS, GOHS, and RVHS. My civic engagement project for a student school board member requested by student petition complies with Education Code 35012, which in part reads, within 60 days of receipt of a petition for pupil representation or at its next regularly scheduled meeting, if no meeting is held within those 60 days, the governing board of a school district shall order the inclusion within the membership of the government board in addition to the number of members otherwise prescribed, at least one pupil member. The governing board of a school district may order the inclusion of more than one pupil member. Here are copies of the signatures acquired. I will follow up with Dr. Woods on the original signatures if his office needs them for verification. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You can hand those to Mr. Vickery if you want, and he'll give them to Dr. Woods.
Gia Brudia, followed by Riley.
In the future, please hand them to security in the back. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
So, why is it your business to get the school district to meddle in the gender identity or gender expression of students? There have been gay kids since the beginning of time. It has never been necessary to wage war against them, yet here we are. It has never been your job to bully LGBTQ youth, yet here we are. It has never been important to shove queer kids back into the closets they have so bravely exited, yet here we are. Does gender expression or gender identity of a student change the way we teach them? No. Does it cost more to teach a non-binary student? No. Does it affect you personally, Dr. Komrosky? No. So why are you waging a culture war against these kids? You've wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars against LGBTQ kids. These students are generally the most bullied of all students, yet you aggressively add to their burden. I can't believe I have to say this again, yet here we are. This is not a theocracy. Your definition of sin is not germane to the school district. I don't care if people who voted for you believe in the same deity as you. It doesn't make TVUSD a theocracy. If you want to be precise, I'll remind you that your demigod, Jesus, did not say anything against LGBTQ people other than to love one another, not vilify one another, not punish one another, not bully one another. He charged his followers to love one another. You, sir, are not loving your fellow man. You are tormenting children. You're forcing them back in the closet, and shame on you for that. Your partisan politics and your discriminatory policies do not belong in our school district. Teachers are not villains or groomers. Kids do not belong in closets. Religion does not belong in the district. Fear-mongering and drama does not belong here, and name-calling by you is unacceptable.
Thank you.
Riley, followed by Chris Lindbergh.
All right, just a couple of quick comments. I just have a little bit of a speaking outline. So, hello board, I haven't been here in a while. I just wanted to kind of direct this towards Barclay and Schwartz as the two people who seem to obviously disagree with me. I just wanted to say, you guys probably want the best for kids, as do we, and we have differing opinions on how to fix that and differing opinions on the LGBTQ community. But I wanted to say, the thing with the LGBTQ is I know you guys want to help them because it's like they're born this way and you just want to accept them. They're not going to change it. The thing is you can't be born gay. Being gay isn't spread through genetics. If that's the case, how do you spread the genetics of being gay if you're gay? It doesn't logically add up. So, it's just, it doesn't logically add up. Oh, that's an interruption. Doesn't logically add up, So obviously these kids are growing up gay, which the reason why a lot of us are passing these policies is because we believe it's being pushed on by social media, TV, and all that stuff. But also in the school system, there's a lot of teachers and staff members that like to, encourage kids to become LGBTQ, as I've said before. More interruptions behind me. But yeah, I just wanted to say, it logically doesn't add up. You can't be born gay. It's impossible. It's inferior gene. So people are growing up gay, and I think we need to put an end to that because it's just quite odd how people are turning gay because people are turning these kids gay. They're not born that way. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Lindbergh, followed by Steve Maxey.
Good evening. Earlier this month, TVEA's Leadership Council voted unanimously to make it a top priority in negotiations this year to create equity in prep time. The Leadership Council includes reps from all of our different school sites. It's the policy-making body for certificated employees. For all the time I've worked for TVUSD, about 24 years, the amount of prep time for elementary educators has been significantly lower than the time given to middle and high school educators. Secondary teachers have traditionally been guaranteed one class period a day for prep. Prep activities include things like preparation for instruction, grading, scoring, contacting parents, examining data, reflecting on instruction, thinking through and planning enrichment and intervention activities. Elementary teachers get 45 minutes of prep time 3 times a week during the instructional day. Our Wednesday early dismissal days are often full of PLC meetings, staff meetings, and committee meetings that fill up much of the time. TVUSD's elementary teachers deserve as much prep time as our colleagues in the higher grades. Elementary teachers teach 6 subjects that we have to instruct and grade on: writing, language, math, science, reading, social studies. We integrate other subjects into our instruction like drama, visual arts, and music. We need that consistent prep time to offer our best to our students in this challenging job that we do. I urge you to work with TVEA to make a plan for an equitable system of consistent prep for elementary teachers, helping make our district's classroom instruction more effective and making TVUSD a more attractive place for teachers to seek employment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Maxey, followed by Kelly Maxey.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week, everybody, all my fellow teachers. I wanted to take a couple of minutes to highlight the contrast and a couple of things that I've experienced in these last couple of weeks. First, I was reached out to one of my former students reached out to me and wrote, "I wanted to express my gratitude because of the impact you made on my life. I was not always the best student in high school, but I've really switched it around in college, and I wanted to thank you for being part of that change." Last Sunday, I went to the Guru Vandana celebration, which is an Indian celebration of educators. There were some amazing things that were stated during that celebration. As such, we know that it is the teachers who make a difference, not the classrooms. And the teacher is the creator and protector of knowledge and the destroyer of ignorance. And now I'd like to offer some contrast. Last week, I was mocked online for speech issues that I have. They're very minor, but I have had these my entire life and have learned for the most part how to deal with them. I was curious about who this person was, so I dug around a little bit, and I didn't find out who the person was, but I did find out that you, Komrosky, follow and support this person. You know we service hundreds of people with issues related to speech, hundreds. And you, the president of the school board, follow and supports this person who makes fun of people who talk with the list and then calls them gay. Seriously? Oh, and then there's this. Of course. It's...
We actually have groomers, some of them, in our schools right now. Do I know who they are? No? Can I take a guess at a few of them? Yeah.
So you, the school board president, without any proof, are going to the public and calling us teachers groomers. I understand that you didn't call all of us teachers groomers, but the ambiguity of your statement lumps all teachers together. I'm so saddened by the vilification of the teachers in the district as the platform that you choose to stand on. So tonight, when you're making your closing remarks, don't bother wishing the teachers of the district a happy Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kelly Maxey, followed by Marcy.
I'd like to start tonight by citing the definition of hyperbole. Hyperbole is an exaggerated claim not meant to be taken literally. It's the excuse you used 2 weeks ago, Dr. Komrosky, when you stood in front of members of our community and called our TVUSD teachers groomers. You said you were just speaking in hyperbole. For the record, it's not the first time you have shown complete and total disregard for the amazing teachers we have in TVUSD. But if you're going to use hyperbole as an excuse for this situation, it's fair to apply the concept to all of your decisions throughout your tenure on the school board. None of your claims should be taken literally. Like, for example, when you walk around town spreading lies to the community that our schools are hubs of pornography, I think it's important to note a few things. You have never been a parent in TVUSD. You do not send your own child to our schools. Your child has never been instructed by any of our teachers or used any of our instructional materials. The truth is, Dr. Komrosky, you have no real or tangible experience to make such ridiculous claims. You are clearly speaking in hyperbole here as well, and your comments should not be taken literally. Additionally, you and Ms. Wiersma like to claim that you are advocates for parent rights and parental involvement. But where was the parental involvement in Board Policy 6000 that you rolled out last month? Not a single parent was included. The way you talk about BP 6000 from the front seat of your minivan, Jen, you make it sound like you want to decide for parents which books are appropriate for their children and which are not. And censorship is a pretty weighty topic, and one that I'm sure parents in our community would have something to say about. So why weren't parents included? It's clear that you and Dr. K lack consistency on this matter and just cherry pick the idea of parental involvement when it suits you. Or perhaps it's just another example of hyperbole, and your claims of being advocates for parental involvement should not be taken literally. Our community and our schools deserve better. At the last board meeting, Dr. K, you said your lawyer gave you permission to speak briefly about the recall. So I would like to urge our community to choose leaders that communicate using real facts.
Thank you. I just want to draw attention to the fact that you campaigned, and why is it always this side doing it? After we made it very, very, very clear last board meeting, this is not your meeting. I expect you to follow proper decorum and act like adults, not adolescents. 2 of you so far have campaigned. I don't want you to campaign against anyone up here at any time, anywhere, okay? Please stop the campaigning. Act like adults. Thank you. 2 of you have done this so far. Thank you.
Marcy, followed by Steve Campos.
Everyone knows how hard it is to be a teacher these days, but it's even harder when teachers don't agree with their union's leadership. They're in a real bind if they disagree with the union's political expenditures and divisive actions. Teachers, when your values conflict with the union's agenda, like inappropriate curricula or wasting your dues, morale drops, and so do state test scores. What can teachers do if they don't want the ugliness of an unwarranted recall? Told to support someone they don't like, or teach something, it's my turn, or teach something. Unwarranted recall, told to
I'm going to give
support.
this side and the whole audience one warning. If I have to gavel again, did she say for or against? That's what I thought. If I have to give the audience one more warning, we're going to do a 5-minute recess. Because again, I expect everybody to follow proper decorum. How about this? Nobody mentioned the word recall, okay? No one. We went from for and against to now not even being able to mention the word. Everybody on board? Thank you.
Or
Proper decorum. Thank you.
Or if they're told to teach something that they don't believe in. Good news. Teachers can opt out.
You know what? We're going to pause the time, 5-minute recess. There's commotion going on outside. This is not safe. Jason. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order in 2 minutes. Okay, everybody, please take their seats. We're going to call us back to order and welcome up the previous speaker where we left off. We can't reset it. We'll put it back to where it was. Everyone, please, no mention of the word recall. Let's not let it leave your mouth on public comments. Let's do our best. Now we're at that level. Thank you so much. Okay, you can start, and then Lene will start the clock on you. She'll sync it up.
When teachers don't want to see the ugliness of union decisions, or they don't support things that they don't believe in, I have good news. Teachers can opt out of their union. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled under Janus versus ASFME that teachers cannot be forced to pay union dues or fees, and they can continue to receive the same benefits as before, no matter what their union tells them. How? Start at CaliforniaPolicyCenter.org, go to Janus Project, then opt out at mypaymysay.com. Research and join Association of American Educators and get more benefits, including $2 million in liability job coverage for only $234 per year. For 3 decades, it's been a nonprofit, not a political PAC, nor do they pay union reps inside schools, unlike most unions. Opt out tonight. Board, please post the government employee rights notification for your teachers in all visible areas of TVUSD. If not, your school district.
Thank you.
Next up is Steve Campos, followed by David Yerkes.
Good evening. Number one, Dr. K, thank you for everything you do. You take hits weekly for months. I appreciate and not only me, but hundreds of teachers appreciate everything you've done, and you as well, Jen. A couple of things is kind of derailed, but I see up there's Dr. Gary Woods, Dr. Kimberly Velez, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, former Dr. McClay. This is one of those things that I find kind of funny and interesting, that people choose it to use it in a way to defame somebody or to put someone in a different light. I know you've earned it. Whether we call you Dr. K or not, you've earned it. Number one, I want to read something. Parental rights victory. A.G. Bonta admits school boards are not required to follow his school secrecy policy. Sacramento, California, May 2nd, 2024. Today, Assemblyman Bill Asaley issued the following statement after California Attorney General Bonta, or Rob Bonta, admitted in court the California Department of Education guidance, Department of Education guidance which directed school boards to keep secrets from parents regarding a student's gender identity is not enforceable. And you guys can look it up. He's an assemblyman, kind of like they had asked. Another thing too that I want to kind of apologize. I'm a teacher, and to me, I'm embarrassed at some of the deplorable activity and the way people behave here as educators. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to me. It's an embarrassment to the community. It's an embarrassment to the profession. And it's unfortunate that that's the kind of behavior that we have today in 2024. There's all kinds of misinformation out there, absolutely. One of the things, though, that I think is very important to remember is there are people out there who are stealing signs, adults in this community who are stealing signs, which is ridiculous that we have that going on. Dr. K, I wish you the best, and I know that we'll continue this relationship for a while. Thank you.
Just trying to speak while you're speaking there. Yeah, let's limit the conversation and no sign talk as well, because that falls under the guise of recall language. Thank you so much, everybody out there. Let's no sign language.
David.
I mean sign language as far as,
Sorry.
I've got to clarify, there's an ambiguity. I meant signs in the public sector for or against. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Yerkes from Great Oak High School. I've been an English and Spanish teacher for 25 years, and it's my 9th year at Great Oak. I'm also co-chair of the World Language Department. I'm here tonight to make the school board aware of a major problem caused by the way our district hires new teachers. It's springtime, we have staff retiring, and we'll have new people on board next fall. But many people here tonight may not know that when the district posts teaching positions, TVUSD is not fully committed to recruiting the most qualified teachers out there. In an attempt to save money, our district honors only 7 years previous teaching experience, so oftentimes our principals end up interviewing not the most qualified teachers, but teachers not far removed from their credentialing programs. Granted, we have many amazing young teachers in our district, but our students deserve the chance to have more veteran teachers greet them in the fall. I'm one of the small number of teachers who was crazy enough to apply and lose 8 years experience. Over my past 9 years in the district, I've earned close to $120,000 less than colleagues with identical experience who started here at an earlier age. I would have loved to move to Temecula sooner, but my wife and I are both from military families, so we weren't rooted to just one place we call home. When I tell friends and family about the pay cut I took, they're shocked. We all know military families who work in Camp Pendleton or San Diego. Imagine if when they transferred here, they were told they would make between 5 and 20 grand less depending on their rank. What a thank you for your service that would be. I don't want all my years accepted back. I don't want over 100 grand in back pay, but I would like the district to go back to honoring 10 years experience like it used to. Getting just 3 years back would be tremendously helpful. Teachers like me shouldn't be made to feel we're of a lower caliber, and parents and teachers should be confident we're hiring the best people out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Molina, followed by Emil Barham.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Gary Woods, Dr. Komrosky. First, I want to apologize. I took my part in the disruption earlier. That was wrong. But a lot of people stood up here and said they're tired. You know, I'm tired too. I'm a father in the district. I work full time. And I come to these meetings to have progress, to hear ideas and concepts and what the plans are. And then I constantly have activist teachers coming up here, breaking the rules, being super disruptive, interrupting other people, and I refuse to let that slide any longer. We're community members, and we have an obligation to hold each other accountable. That's just what it is. The only way for our district to really focus on the things that matter, the education, the core educational stuff that matters, like we talked about, bringing up our grade level performance, is to do it from a neutral platform. And in my opinion, that's exactly what Joseph Komrosky and Jen Wiersma have done with the policies that all these people came up here to speak out against. Show me a woke district in California that's doing great. Show me a district that teaches CRT, that focuses on gender ideology, that's doing great. My goal is that what I would like to see is my child to be at or above grade level, okay? And there's certain things that we're just not doing as a district. And the only way to get that done is to do it from a neutral platform in the concept of gender ideology and any sort of CRT conduct. Now, the other thing that I hear a lot is teachers say, oh, you do have rights, you can opt out. Well, what about the parents that aren't involved? I'm sorry, but you guys have to earn our trust. And parents don't feel trusted. We want an opt-in option, not an opt-out option. Opt-out prioritizes the teachers and the organization. An opt-in option prioritizes what parents want for their children. And I hear people saying, stop saying groomers, pedophiles. You know, I would like to see a teacher condemn the grooming and pedophilia that's going on throughout our nation, because I haven't heard that yet.
Thank you.
Emil Barham, followed by Patrick York.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week, teachers. You're welcome. I want you to know your community is behind you, advocating for resources in order to support your endeavors in raising student achievement and promoting academic growth. With that said, I want to focus on activism in the classroom in light of what has been taking place on college campuses, even at a university yesterday, just 50 miles south of here. As a university instructor who supervised student teachers all across the Southland, I encountered several activist teachers who would go off on tangents, speaking to students regarding their political views, their views on systemic racism, religion, and in one case, a student teacher calling for revolution to bring about social justice and the dismantling of the institutions which have made our country great. Naturally, I had to rein these student teachers in, much like Placentia Yorba Linda did with student teachers of Cal State Fullerton a year or so ago. The university ended up canceling the agreement with this district, doubling down that it was an expectation that their student teachers, through pedagogical approaches, speak to tenets of critical race theory, other racial ideologies, gender ideologies, and other issues of social justice in the classroom. This is what many districts are being confronted with as colleges of education graduate future teachers with expectations like these to be taught to our youth. Don't laugh. As a result, as teachers resign, retire, etc., we need policies in place as well as probing interview questions for potential teacher candidates to serve as guardrails for discouraging teacher activism with regard to politics, race, religion, sex, gender, etc. As teachers, we should be teaching the California state standards in core subject areas, and if they call for teaching controversial issues, we should be acting as facilitators, allowing...
Thank you. Thank you.
Patrick York, followed by Karen.
Good evening, Governing Board, Cabinet members, and Superintendent Woods. My name is Patrick York. I'm a fourth grade teacher, Isabel Barnett. I'm aware that the district and union are currently negotiating a new contract for the upcoming school year. One of the items being negotiated is elementary prep time. Every teacher I've spoken with passionately supports language guaranteeing an increase in prep minutes for elementary educators. I'm asking that the board and district personnel involved in contract negotiations seriously consider this language. Currently, elementary educators are guaranteed 150 minutes of prep time per week. Our colleagues at the middle school and high schools are guaranteed about 230 to 250 minutes of prep time, depending on the site. I applaud the district for securing this valuable time for secondary educators and ask that elementary schools be offered comparable minutes. All educators need time to complete their myriad responsibilities, from developing effective lessons, communicating with parents, piloting new curriculum, to grading student work, collaborating with grade level teams, and contributing to district level committees. Educators are constantly searching for time to complete these vital tasks to the best of our ability. We understand the time invested in these endeavors will greatly impact our students' academic progress and will enhance positive relationships among students, families, and staff. Increased guaranteed prep time in the new contract will secure the time necessary for educators to perform their job at a level that will maintain our district's award-winning reputation and will show educators that the district and this board truly appreciate and respect our teachers, students, and schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen. I'm a TVUSD parent of 4 and a teacher in the district. I've taught here for 24 years, and like so many others, my husband and I moved here for the schools. Our 3 boys are finished and in college, and our last kiddo is a 7th grader. In honor of Teacher Appreciation, I have a few words to say about some of the teachers who have been, I'm sorry, I'm a crier and I didn't even get to the crying part yet, who have been a positive part of my kid's life. These teachers have no sneaky hidden agenda. They're not members of the mafia. They are not trying to use their position to further any radical, political, or religious agenda. That's him and her. They are all kind, caring adults who choose to spend their lives in the service of others. I'm skipping that part so I can move ahead. There was Mrs. Larrabee, who made sure that my 2 little boys had reading material at their level because they were fluent readers in kindergarten. There was Mrs. Bernal, who had an activity in 1st grade where they had to count how many pockets were at school each day, and my little mathematician could multiply in 1st grade, so he was multiplying the pockets, how many kids had 2 pockets, and he could times that by 4, while the others were just counting by ones. She provided that opportunity for him to feel included in his classroom. There was Mr. Pyle, who made home reading visits to each and every one of his students every year. That was so memorable for my kids. There was Mrs. Payne, who finds a way to make sure all of her kids shine. There was even Mr. York, who I didn't include, but I should have. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead. Oh, then there was Miss Hymas. I'm running out of time. She took my child to school every day when I had cancer.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's it for public comments. Are there any remaining public comments on any agendized items this evening? And if so, which items? Okay, we have 2 on consent. Which ones? Warrant list number 4.
4 and number 12.
1 comment, and then, what's that? 1 and number 12. And then on action, do we know what action items? Okay. What's that? Sorry, I'm writing as fast as I can. 1 on number 1. 3 on 5. 1 on 6. Thank you. Okay, I say we hear the comment on item number 4 before we reenact all these with 1 vote. So we can bring up that comment right now. And then we'll take the one on item 12 as well. Wait, item 12 is being pulled by Jen, right? By Ms. Worth? Okay, so we'll do that comment after we do the vote on all the rest.
Okay, Christy McClure.
We'll do 2 minutes. Keep it consistent. 1.
3 minutes.
It's up to the board. 3 minutes.
Thank you. It's refreshing to not see another $100,000 or more in unknown legal services. However, I do see the payment of $75,000, just legal fees, not damages, because you continued to knowingly break the rules. Every city council and school board trustee in the state of California must follow the Brown Act. You received training on it when you were first elected. There was a special meeting on January 10, 23. We all saw the lawyer speak to it at your first meeting in December 2022. When you started kicking us out for doing nothing, physically preventing community members from participating in public forums for budget approval last June, you heard from us. We've asked you over and over in public comments to stop violating the Brown Act. You even got a cease and desist letter. All you had to do was your job. Listen to the public, actually do what you said you would do when you responded to that letter. Instead, you chose to keep violating the Brown Act. This is not a frivolous lawsuit. What I just described is literally the definition of non-frivolous. Stop blaming those holding you accountable and look in the mirror. You 100% cost our district $75,000 because you willingly blew off the rules. I don't see any invoices on this warrant list for fees incurred from advocates for faith and freedom. How much is that costing us? We saw $3,500, but nothing since. No filing fees, no travel, no depositions. I suppose you think you're saving us all money for the pro bono work. But the contract isn't 100% pro bono. The district and we taxpayers are going to continue to pay all sorts of fees to that law firm. And right now, you're not being transparent about what those fees are and how much work is being done. It should be on the warrant list. Or is it that they're not doing any work and you've wasted time and money with poor legal representation when you could have opted for someone qualified who would actually work on that case and in the best interest of the district? I want to be very clear to everyone. These costs are being paid from the general fund. The warrant list lists what category and what fund these come from. Those could be used for students. Every time the general fund is used for legal services, that is taking away from students and education. What really concerns me is the lack of transparency. We do not see invoices or even any description of what's actually being worked on and why for these legal costs. And while we're at it, in terms of spending money, almost $400,000 when you fired Dr. McClay last year. This wasteful spending has to stop. She was just promoted. No offense to you, Dr. Woods. Clearly doing here has fantastic repercussions for your future. Just be careful who you trust.
Thank you. Okay, so we had consensus to table item 13, so this will be voting in items 1 through 11 and 14 through 34. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by, is Mrs. Barclay?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Schwartz. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we have pulled item 12. Mrs. Wiersma, you have the floor. Oh, we have one comment on this. There you go. We'll do the next speaker.
Dr. Charity Plaxton Hennings?
Good evening, Superintendent Woods, board members, and cabinet. I'm Dr. Charity Plaxton Hennings, Executive Director of Temecula Valley Charter Schools. TVCS has been a charter school in the French Valley area of Temecula for over 30 years and is one of the original charter schools in California. It began as a charter school of the district and transitioned to an independent charter school over 20 years ago. Historically, it has enjoyed a positive, symbiotic relationship with TVUSD through the years. Unfortunately, the consent item that you see before you this evening changes the tone of this relationship and imposes requirements upon the charter school that are unfair and outside the statutes that govern charter schools. TVUSD has requested for over 10 years that TVCS vacate the property on Washington and Abelia Street. In 2017, this became a reality when TVCS purchased property on Yates and Benton to build its own facility. With the unexpected delay of COVID behind us, the school is now ready to move forward with the building. We have worked extensively with Supervisor Washington, the County of Riverside, and our local public officials to obtain all necessary permits and have gone through extensive financial reviews and audits in order to be approved by Red Hook Capital to move forward with this project. Additionally, TVUSD has repeatedly requested and received our financial reports, compliance reviews, and copies of our independent audits, as well as receiving significant revenue payments from TVCS to TVUSD for its annual oversight service. On March 20th, 2024, TVUSD received a material revision to our charter, which in part is a neighborly amendment to change the address of our current school to that of our new property. This should have been a routine matter and immediately been agendized in compliance with the law. Instead, what you see on tonight's agenda is a consent item proposing a contract with School Services of California to further analyze TVCS. As a charter school, we are already subjected to more scrutiny than a traditional school district and would have not been approved by 2 finance companies to this project should we have not proven to be above reproach. On April 15, 2024, I received an email from Assistant Superintendent Lash indicating that on tonight's meeting there would be a public hearing on the requested material revision, which is required to be held within 60 days of receipt of the material revision submitted on March 20, 2024, and that I was welcome to make a public comment. Instead of thanking you for addressing this routine matter, I find myself requesting that School Services consent item to be removed from tonight's agenda and instead a vote on our routine material revision be calendared and agendized at a special meeting to stay within the legal requirements of the law, since we will not be given time for a public hearing. I did confirm with my colleagues at Student Services that they have been approached by this and confirmed that before this meeting. After consulting broadly with the charter community, I cannot understand why an outside consulting firm, especially School Services of California, is required to analyze material revisions.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, open up the floor for discussion. Ms. Worsman, you can go first.
I'd like to thank Dr. Hennings for being here with us tonight. I had the great pleasure of going to their 30th year gala anniversary just recently, and it was awesome to talk with her and the families and just celebrate parental choice. We've got a lot of legacy here in the Valley, and as she covered it, they've been part of it. So with this particular item, I've been familiar with it. I've talked to enough people to understand it's not needed. I was not happy to read that we were voting on the ratification tonight because I feel like we should have gotten that heads up a month ago on this when we were only 7 to 10 days in. All of the particulars, the legal issues, the audits they've done, the great amount of expertise is there, leads me to believe that it's unnecessary, and I'm bothered that the timeline has been disrupted. I don't think it's right, and there's not a reason that I see to ratify this. I want to be sure we can continue to discuss this and get them exactly what they need and make sure with the revision hearing, if we need to pass several things in one night, if we need to do a special meeting, it needs to happen. So that's my perspective on this. And the other thing I want to mention is for TVUSD, as far as the students there, only 50% are within the district. The other 50% are outside. So maybe Hemet, they come from other areas. So I want people to understand this isn't just TVUSD students. And a lot of them do come to our high schools. So we have a vested interest to do what's best with this particular school and situation, honor the timeline, do what we said we were going to do. And I don't care to ratify this tonight because it's not needed. And I don't think we needed to spend the money for this either. They had what they needed in their arsenal, clearly.
Thank you, Ms. Worsman. Any other comments, discussion? Ms. Barclay.
I think it would be helpful if we could hear from Mrs. Lash a little bit about this. Is that possible?
Okay, Ms. Lash. Thank you. If you're willing.
Just making sure my mic is on. So we did receive the request for a material revision, and as qualified as I may believe I am to evaluate that material revision, the one that, and you can see the consulting services, the reason for this request is that it's an unbiased third-party consultant. And we would like TVCS to be successful. We are hoping, that we can come to you with a recommendation for approval, but we're looking to hire experts outside of the organization that don't just know Temecula Valley Charter School, but charters throughout the state of California. Yes, Temecula Valley Charter School is asking to relocate, and that's not a problem at all. The part that we really need a thorough analysis of is the ADA, their average daily attendance, and enrollment projections. Those are not part of any audit that has happened. The audits are all of historically presented reports that are substantiated by auditors. The projections are not audited. And in fact, what is presented in their audit report do not include the revised material revisions to their enrollment projections. So what we're doing is we're asking an outside consultant to review alongside us. So it's not that we are passing it off completely. We are reviewing in our fiscal services department as well, but we're also asking to hire a third-party consultant to provide that unbiased third-party opinion of those enrollment projections, because those enrollment projections are going to drive whether or not the loan that Temecula Valley Charter School is applying for is going to be affordable and sustainable. And as the chartering agency, TVUSD does have a responsibility of fiscal oversight. Those audits that are submitted and the budgets that are submitted are required by law. We have to approve those in our department. And so we have a fiscal responsibility and a fiscal oversight. And I just want want to make sure that TVUSD is doing our due diligence in that fiscal oversight by not just saying, hey, what does Nicole Lash think in her own personal opinion, but to hire a consultant to say, does that align with what an outside third-party expert might say as well?
Has the district ever contracted with School Services of California for specifically a materials revision? And are they, in fact, associated at all with CTA?
We have never been asked for, to my knowledge, since I've been here, we've never had a request for a material revision. I have no idea their affiliation with CTA or non-affiliation with CTA. They actually hold workshops and professional development on all of the criteria required for approving a charter, renewing a charter, and material revisions to a charter. They are very well versed in education code that aligns with charter oversight and management, because most school districts don't have an expert on charter schools within their organization.
I have a question here. With Dr. Hennings, I believe she is an expert. Is there any way with this, because I think it's really important to have her come back and speak to any aspect, because
This isn't an action item, Jen. This is a consent.
Well, and it
calendar
should have
item.
been, because the conversation needed to be had.
But it's not on the agenda.
It's not, though. This is.
Okay.
We can take consensus to table if you want, but right now we can't open up the floor. It's consent.
So just a follow-up question, Mrs. Lash. So just to summarize, so you feel like that your department would need someone with greater expertise in this area to come in to do that third-party analysis?
Absolutely. And okay. I feel like if I just came with my recommendation or my opinion on this material revision request, I would have been asked, well, did you consult with anybody else? And right. So, and when I literally called Riverside County Office of Ed, the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, and he recommended, reach out to FCMAT or School Services. They're the folks that hold a good amount of knowledge and professional development in this area.
Is part of the concern the fact that if they move to this new location and have a bigger building, they'll have more students there as far as the actual student?
That's not
I'm just asking if that's part of.
She just said it's because they have the
Ms.
expertise.
Barclay, will you let her speak, please?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Arce just informed me they are not affiliated with CTA to our knowledge, if that matters. I'm sorry, I missed the question though before that.
So I'm wondering if we've wanted them to move to another campus and to have their own building. Is the concern with this outside party to talk about the number of students? Is that the concern? I know with Obama's Race to the Top, with what he did, you can't cap the charter accordingly. So I'm just curious to know what else is here that you might question, or this outside party might question, when we've not had a precedent for this to happen with an organization we've had for 30 years.
So the precedent, we've not had a precedent because we've never had the request before. And the reason for the need for the consultant is the financial assumptions that are being presented. And given that we have fiscal responsibility, I'm happy to give you my individual opinion based on my expertise, but I feel like an unbiased third-party opinion is what we are asking for the financial presentations and the loan documents that go along with that. As you know, all financial unrestricted general fund dollars are driven by enrollment and therefore ADA, and that's what we're asking for the analysis for, is that part of the material revision.
And you do know they've already been approved by Red Hook Capital. I mean, they undergo such intense
those
scrutiny.
Enrollment projections. Pending those enrollment projections, and that's what's being analyzed.
Well, I do know the charters have pretty strict oversight and that they do their due diligence. And so I wish, and this isn't the time and place, obviously, that Dr. Hennings can speak further, which is very unfortunate. But I would hate for us, too, to open ourselves up to litigation in terms of timeline or what was said, because clearly other things were communicated with her. So I just want to do what's right by them, and I think it's important to continue to have the conversation. So for me, in this ratification of it's putting the cart before the horse. I wish we'd had this conversation very transparently prior. So, but I do thank you for what you've added to the conversation, and I appreciate Dr. Hennings for being here. I do know you've got the expertise, so
Thank you, Ms. Wursman. Now I think it's Ms. Barclay's turn. You wanted to weigh in, Ms. Barclay?
I was just gonna say, I mean, I know what I've learned here tonight and from reading it, but to me, I think I don't think anybody's questioning anyone's motives or anything. I feel like we're just doing our fiduciary due diligence to bring in a third party. And, you know, hopefully it goes well and we move forward with it. It's not, no one's trying to, you know, uncover something nefarious here. I don't think we're even thinking that there is anything. It's just, I know we do have that responsibility and that oversight. So I think we're just simply asking for a double check because we haven't had this kind of request before. It is our responsibility. And we're hearing from our assistant superintendent that that would be the most prudent next step, is to have this, you know, just have a third party come and make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, because that's our responsibility. So, yeah.
My thought here is to table it for the next meeting rather than take a vote, because I think there's more homework at least one person has, and I'm probably with that one person. Or we can take this to vote.
I think Nicole wanted to weigh in on a possible timeline issue or something.
So Ed Code requires that we take action within 90 days. That would mean to take action on whether or not we are going to approve the material revision at the June 11th board meeting. And so.
And that's our fault for the timeline coming down to the wire like this. So I would hope we could do whatever we need to do for them to get that done, whether it's a special meeting. We've got to do our part.
Right, and that's why this is a ratification, because 60 days or 90 days is a short window, and so I put it on the very next agenda item, but that's why it's a ratification, is because we were already getting the wheels in motion. Because whenever we agendize an item, it comes with a recommendation to approve or not approve, and so I was hoping to substantiate that recommendation based on this opinion.
Is there a reason why it wasn't on last month's meeting?
We didn't get the contract with School Services of California in time to make that agenda.
And if we don't ratify it tonight, where does that leave us? Can we still move forward with doing what they need to do for the revision without this third party if we can continue to talk to the people who can clearly demonstrate why that's not needed, and we don't have to continue to pay for that?
If I could.
Yeah, Mr. Schwartz.
I have to go with Nicole, who's our expert on money and finances. If she's recommending that we do this, she's always been spot on with our budgets and our projections. And again, I have to respect her expertise. If she says we should do this, then I think we should, and let's take it to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Dr. Woods, do you have anything to add? Because what I'm hearing is a 90-day timeline. We will not meet that as of the June 11th board meeting?
We will, if it's agendized for June 11th.
If it's agendized for June 11th.
We need to get it done June 11th.
So it's possible to bring it back June 11th and still be within the guideline?
This isn't the item that we would agendize June 11th.
But the ratification's not necessary in order to do that.
Excuse me. Let me hash this out with Dr. Woods.
We could do both. We could possibly do both, the hearing and the material change, June 11th. This, I want to be clear, this was supposed to be the hearing on May 7th. We missed that opportunity to agendize it. That is our fault, and Dr. Hennings, I apologize for that. So they are under a 90-day window now that we have to fulfill.
So it's possible to bring this back May 11th, ratify it then, and move on without being penalized. Is that what I'm hearing?
Ms. Lash, do you think that's accurate?
Not this item.
Mrs. Barclay.
Not this.
Oh, well, no, okay. That's what I'm trying to clarify is this item.
So this item has to be tonight, because then they have to perform the analysis so that we can have all that information to vote yes or no on June 11th. Yes, because by June 11th, we have to vote yes or no. So this is just saying like, hey, let's vote. If we vote this in, they can do a review, we'll have all the data, then we have all the data to make the decision on June 11th. If we don't do it, we don't have the data, and we're still stuck with the June 11th deadline to vote yes or no without more data.
One's not dependent on the other.
So Dr.
I just said there's two options, do it or don't, but you got to vote yes or no on June
Specifically, and
11th.
tonight, are we penalized June 11th? This very item that we're looking
We
at.
wouldn't have the third-party information that we're seeking
and we need
to
that.
give you good direction for June 11th.
Yeah. Okay. If there's no further discussion, we can take this to vote. Do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 3-1. So now we're on to action items. Number 1, we have 1 public comment. And just as a friendly guideline, these public comments have to be related to the action item specifically, unlike the public comments where you can pretty much talk about many other things. So this comment has to be related to the order of election, which is 3 seats. I can name them by number. Mrs. Barclay, what's the number of your?
I'm Area 1.
Area 1,
So this is
Area
then for the
5,
November
and
election,
Area
right?
2.
Okay,
That's right.
got
It's
it.
Area 1, 2, and 5. So specifically, order of election, yeah, who's the public comment?
Christy McClure?
Mrs. McClure.
If you could actually do your job, this item wouldn't list trustee area 2, Danny's seat, as vacant. There would be a full 5 of you sitting up there pretending to be a functioning board. The fact that this item lists that seat like this highlights how you can't even follow basic instructions or rules that you all agreed to and reviewed with CSBA at the training. Why did you have him come here and discuss the vacant seat appointment process if you didn't even do the basics? You had a large group of committed community members. Whether or not I agree with them, they submitted applications, prepped for a very difficult and awkward interview process, and did a great job. I was impressed with them and proud of our community that so many people wanted to be involved. All you had to do was follow what you said you would. Each of you say 3 top candidates, even add a 4th if you wanted. You could have written them down and submitted them to Dr. Woods. He could have tallied them, even kept them private and just announced how many votes for which candidates. Instead, Jen refused to list more than 1. Dr. Komrosky did not hold her accountable and get her to do what you all agreed to, which is your job as board president, running the meeting, and you ended it. No vote, no holding people accountable. This whole process of replacing a vacant seat, the one that should be filled right there, is highlighted how ineffective you are at your job and that you still need to learn it after 18 months. Before you vote on this resolution, have you all figured out what abstaining means? We would hate to sit through another important vote where you aren't sure whether to vote no or abstain or what that all means. We're all hoping you've figured out that part of the job by now, how to vote. Elections cost money. You can see it on this paper. When someone resigns, that costs our district money that it normally wouldn't have paid. Just like when someone doesn't do the job, that costs us money as well.
Thank you. All right, is there any discussion on this action item? Okay, just in brief, it costs $170,000 to run the election for all 3 of these seats. They'll be conducted in November during the general election. If no discussion, do I have a motion and a second?
Move.
Mr. Schwartz, let me read it out. I call for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2023-24/24, Order of Election, ordering a consolidated governing board member by, geez, I can't even read it. Biennial election specifications of the election order and request for consolidation of an approximate cost of $170,000. Do I have a motion and a second? I think it was moved by Mr. Schwartz. Do I have a second? Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you so much, Lene. New course, Law and Society, action item 2. Do we have any discussion on this?
The discussion I have in this realm is that I have been honored to be a part of the Secondary Curriculum Council. Really enjoyed listening to all the different representation with new things, books, courses. I was really excited. I don't have my notes open, so I know, Mr. Ballywag, you're always so kind when I'm there, and I do appreciate we've got parents on that board as well. I'm excited about this. I think it's something great for the district. And I just want you to know when I say there's a lot going on behind the scenes, there is. And I just wanted to say I'm really happy to see this here tonight. It'll be a great thing for students.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Mrs. Barclay, do you have a comment? Your mic's lit up. Okay. Mr. Schwartz? Okay, do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Ms. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Action item 3, new course, CTE, Principles of Entrepreneurship, A/B. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, I call for a motion and a second.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Ms. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Number 4, approval of the proposed decision of administrative law judge regarding Resolution 2023-24/25, elimination, discontinuation, reduction, and layoff of certain classified non-management employees for the 2024-25 school year. And there's nobody to present on this, right, Dr. Woods?
We talked about it in closed. Francisco talked about it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, if, any further discussion on this? Perfect. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Action item 5, we have 3 comments. This is new administrative job description, principal and special assignment, instructional practices for special populations. Just as a friendly reminder, last board meeting, this was a director position change for principal on TOSA. So a slightly different modification of the job description, and we'll take up the 3 comments. Oh, there's 5 now, okay. Do we want to do 3 or 2? I say 2, but I'll listen to the rest of the board. We have 5 comments.
2 sounds great.
I'll go with 3.
All right, we got consensus on 2, so we'll do 2 minutes apiece. Thank you, Lene.
Jean Femia, followed by Cole.
Good evening. My name is Jean Femia. I was disappointed that you did not approve the planned LCAP director at your April meeting. Parents, teachers, and district staff create school plans and the local control accountability plan to make sure that our most vulnerable students are learning. The state sends funding earmarked for LCAP. Some of our student groups had fallen behind, yet you dismissed LCAP recommendations. I've lived in Temecula for a long time. I've seen school board trustees and city council members come and go. Many campaign for major change, dissatisfied with something the schools or the city are doing or not doing. After they take office, they learn about laws, regulations, processes, and constraints they didn't know existed. They work with city or school staff, they grow into the job, and they find ways to move forward on their goals. They care about our students, our teachers, our community. They want to do the best job they can for everyone here. They listen to everyone in our community in order to learn. Joe and Jen, when you were first elected, I assumed you would be the same. I saw you vote yourselves in as president and clerk, even though you had no training and didn't know the first thing about running a meeting. I saw you immediately pass a divisive measure without input from district teachers and staff, ignoring the many public comments that issued concerns. Some people told me you want to destroy our public schools. Some people said you just want political power or a media job.
Ma'am, this is not related to the action item. That's your first warning. Thank you so much. Please stick it to the action item. Thank you.
I chose to believe that you're sincere and that you want the best education possible for our children. I assumed that you would learn and grow into the job, but clearly you have not. It's been 18 months now, and you're still spending time and money on issues that don't apply here.
Ma'am, this is not regarding the action item. You were given the first warning. Thank you so much. Your time's up. Please, on all remaining action items, please direct them to the specific action item. This is not general public comments. This is a public comment related to the action item specific to new administrative job description, principal and special assignment instructional practices for special populations. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Cole, followed by Emil.
Thank you. We just want everybody to follow proper decorum, and I'll say this over and over as many times as I need to. Please, we can get through this meeting.
Good
Good evening, Board. I'm going to try to condense it because I was planning for 3 minutes, so I'm just going to get started. The LCAP's new proposal for a POSA is completely unnecessary, and I am asking that the governing board vote no. I agree and believe there's always room for improvement regarding curriculum, instructional programs, and professional development for our staff and students of special populations. However, the issue isn't oversight nor programs in place. It's simply a lack of in-classroom staffing. Each on-site principal should already be their staff's point person in working with them to make necessary adjustments, troubleshoot, train, and problem solve at the site level, then provide feedback to the district office and ask for assistance from ESS, SPED, SSS, and the like. We currently have 111 TVUSD employees, give or take, as not all the on-site teachers are included in this number, who are specifically assigned to support or work at the school sites, and they directly or indirectly affect the LCAP. Of these employees, the program specialists meet many of the posted job description requirements. Ultimately, the workload should be evenly redistributed between ESS, SSS, SPED, including the program specialists I mentioned, the assistant superintendents, and the current directors who already provide their staff with these directives. By doing so, they will have time to make on-site visits to assist the principals, teachers, and staff, and also have time to report back to their offices where they can make necessary adjustments to provide training recommendations and collect and monitor applicable data. Some of these higher-ups are more than qualified as they have experience teaching in the classroom, heading a school as principal, and working with the SPED and subgroup populations. Again, we have 111 district employees already included in this budget or our general budget funds. It's evident the LCAP team agrees we need more help, hence this proposal. However, we're asking to hire from the wrong angle. We must hire instructional assistants using the proposed yearly salary range of $150,007 to $191,485, which would realistically provide up to 5 new hires as their salary ranges from $28,000 to $38,000. Having these new items.
Thank you.
Emil Barham, followed by Upney.
I am disappointed that the only thing that has changed regarding the position in question is the title. The job description remains the same. In my opinion, as a former educator, this position is unnecessary. There are 3 directors of curriculum, instruction, and assessment on the district staff. Bottom line, the duties outlined in this principal on special assignment job description should be executed by them and should have been all along. They are the experts in training and overseeing site personnel in evidence-based strategies for every population. Evidence-based strategies don't change based on populations. Differentiated instruction, yes. These strategies are just good teaching. And there are plenty of people out in the field on special assignment who collect data for the district. So there is an obvious disconnect between district staff and what is happening at the site level, and this is what needs to be figured out. It is not centralization which is needed. It's just the opposite. It's decentralization. Along with continued support from the directors in place, the monies allocated to this position should go directly into the classroom. Tutoring, more personnel in the classroom, supplemental materials. If you want to raise student achievement and promote academic growth, put the money to work in the classroom. Give the money to the teachers, where they make the critical differences in student outcomes, while principals and directors monitor and oversee the process. Not hard. I've seen this done successfully from personal experience with 2 directors of curriculum instruction and assessment in a much larger school district over 25 years of experience. That's 7 comprehensive high schools, just to give you an idea of how big it is. Let's make our tax dollars work efficiently to help raise achievement levels for the populations.
Thank you.
Upney, followed by Steve Campos.
So I don't have a prepared speech, but Dr. Woods, when I sent you the 8-page document, the special populations was a list of one of the things. And when we talk about special population, it does not mean SPED kids. It is foster youth, it is socioeconomically disadvantaged youth, and English learners. Socioeconomically disadvantaged, 25% of our population in Temecula is socioeconomically disadvantaged. And English learners, if you can't speak English, you're going to have trouble with all your other subjects, including math, science, and so on. And this is not replacement for instructional aides or teachers or tutors. All of those programs are already in place. There are additional positions for instructional aides in this LCAP plan. They say insanity is the definition of doing same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I am very concerned all the accountability requirements have actually been taken out of the job description. All of the measurement, and I've had very interesting conversations on social media with certain people, and multi-tiered systems of support. The presentation was given to us in September, in the September meeting of last year. These people, foster youth, kids have parents to go home to talk to. Who do they have to talk to? They have special needs. This person has to be cognizant. When we say differentiated, in the last meeting we presented, we expect the same high standards of all the students, but some students do need a little bit more of help. These foster students are placed again and again, maybe at different places, different locations. Their problems are not the same as my child. They need somebody to advocate for them, to actually work for them. So I was very happy to see the position, and I wanted the person to be actually visiting campuses and be a student point of contact too. But the amount of, it is like pretty, I don't know.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Steve Campos.
Hello again. So a couple things. Number one, like Emil said, that this position has just been changed, from a title to the other thing. The bottom line is kids need services. The district has constantly always tried to hire more personnel. I can tell you as an educator, I've talked to parents, I've talked to other teachers. No one has ever said, you know what we need? We need another principal on special assignment. We need another director. What we need is to spend that money on those student populations directly, direct services. Wherever the red flags are, then let's target those red flags and let's give those students direct services. This is something that over the course of time, I know what's going to end up happening. It's going to be one position now, and then it's going to be like, oh, it's too much for one person. They're going to need a coordinator. They're going to need a secretary. They're going to need this. Next thing you know, we're $1 million deep. And we can do a lot of good with that money over the course of 3 years. And so this is one of the things, this has come up year after year after year. We need to concentrate on the root. We need to work with identify these students and work with them specifically and targeted. It's not very complicated. There are teachers who know they need tutoring. These students need tutoring. They need access to stuff. They need someone face-to-face. I can almost guarantee you that this principal on special assignment will never work with the child. And that's harmful. The other thing too, it's a bad look when we're letting go of classified employees to then hire someone else. It doesn't look good. It never looks good. If this is something that we have to look and take some kind of audit on our fiscal health, then we need to do it. But I will always encourage and advocate for direct services to students because they deserve it. That's why we are in this. We're in it for them, not to add another 111 112th person. So I hope you consider that when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess if we have discussion, we can go one at a time. We did have a large amount of discussion last meeting, but let's just go one at a time. Anybody want to start first? You can grab the mic. All right. Do we have a motion and a second to approve?
No, we're going to have the discussion. I'm just waiting to hear from others first. Does anybody have anything to say?
It's all you.
Okay. This is going to take a little bit of time, so bear with me. I appreciate the comments and what was shared tonight. I spent a lot of time looking at the organization of what we have. It was really a good month for me, and I've learned a lot. I had the opportunity to speak with Dr. Woods. I had the chance to sit down with Lisa Brown. I talked to principals. I talked to an instructional assistant. I talked to a SPED teacher. I talked to parents who have their children in need of these services. I talked to a representative from the Riverside Board of County Ed and others. I talked to retired educators, people who have been in larger districts. Then I noted, and I don't know if my colleagues here know this, but I did note that we have a 4th position being flown right now for curriculum and assessment. So right now we have 3, which is great. They're wonderful people. Elementary, high school, we've got 3. We've got a 4th flying right now that will close in about 3 or 4 days. So it was a 10-day window. So that will be 4. Now, what I did in my kitchen is I laid out all the job descriptions and I looked at what people are accountable and responsible for. And I noticed there was a lot of overlap. So that's why I started asking questions. I spent some time with an IA yesterday and said, what in your classroom do you need for your kids? And it was so amazing to hear her open up and say, if we could get more of this 20-hour training for some of these other IAs who come in and I'm trying to help, if we could get some new equipment, if we could get tutoring or the extra services for these particular students, this is what I would do. I heard from a principal who kind of said, here's a great idea. We have great success with the Academic Academy for Aspiring Administrators. Take the APs, put them in there, and bring in the training that they need, because we do need to look at our EL students, our special education, our foster youth. These are all really important populations to us. I forgot to mention I also reached out to union leadership. Thank you, Andy. I got in touch with him and got some great insight too. So really what I firmly believe in gathering that information and talking to people within our district is that I agree with Mr. Campos and Emil, the services need to go directly to the students as closely as we can get these things. I believe that's where we should be. We have a director of special education, a director of assessment and accountability, a director of student welfare and success, many people under student support services, all very important positions. Evidence-based strategies work for all populations. We're looking at a 1.07 COLA increase this next year. It's dire. We are already looking at positions, and I think we do need to be fiscally responsible. So when I'm looking at this and the taxpayer dollars, again, I say, what can we do to send it to the boots on the ground, the people that are in there, and not add another administrative position? I work in education. I know we're all busy, so I don't want to discount what people are doing, but if we're going to have 4 now in curriculum and assessment, why then do we need a director / we turned it to a POSA? And I was open to that. I looked at it all. I looked at the money. I looked at that if we have a principal apply, they're going to be pulled from their site, and they're probably fantastic. So you're going to have a hole there, and they're going to step up, so you're going to need to refill that. And I don't think that's necessarily the answer at this point. And what I love about Dr. Woods, and shout out to him, is that he's spending an hour with all of the principals to hear their strategic plan. And I will tell you, because again, I talked to the principals, this is new. This is what we are excited about, because there's a new form of accountability. What's your strategic plan? Talk to your people. Every school site looks so different. And I love that he's done that. And I can tell you, there's already a new accountability that's there. That's great, because it's going to push our people to do what's even better. And I know so many of them do a great job. Why can't we take that time, find out what they need, put it into some of the services that they need? And yes, we have some consistency that we need to see so that we don't have silos. Lisa Brown emphasized that. We don't want silos, we want consistency. I agree with that. But the professional development that we need and the services, I don't think it means a POSA, a TOSA, a coordinator, a secretary, and continued bureaucracy. I want the million, whatever it is, to go straight to the students, because we do have to move the needle. Despite some of the commentary tonight, which I find quite disingenuous, we all up here do have a strong desire to pivot and look at academics, to close the achievement gap, to see these kids go where they need to go. We already have the personnel. We do. We have them for strategy, operation, implementation of the site goals. Then, and this might be a conversation for later, I would love to see incentives, stipends for increasing attendance. We have a problem with that even still since COVID. Increased teacher allotment for teacher supplies, discretionary funds. That's partly why I reached out to the union this week. I know, surprise. Because I want to know they represent services and teachers. Those are the hearts that know what's needed. We have 17 open spots for IAs. Can we pay them more? I think we should. And I just think this is proper oversight. There's a lot of talk about money. This money needs to go to the kids. Every day that I did more conversation and more research and more discussion, it led me only more firmly to believe that this is the case. We have to do what the state's asking. We have to, I don't even want to say check boxes because that doesn't sound personal, because these kids are personal and we want to reach them. So make no mistake, I'm with you. I'm with you, teachers, on that. I just don't think adding additional directors or POSAs, it's not the answer because they're going to direct. We need people in there, in the classrooms. We need to listen to some of these principals with further thought, listen to the IAs, listen to the ones who day in and day out give and love on what they're doing. So that's what I have to share tonight. And again, with each of my colleagues up here, I would ask you again, have you talked to the same amount of people I've talked to? Did you know we were flying a fourth? And I know Mr. Dignan's retiring. God bless him, we're gonna miss him. So that's budget neutral right there, that we're filling another director. But then my question is, are we gonna add another director for CTE and alternative education? We have what we need in this area. And so I would kindly ask you to reroute it because we have time to take it where I think we're gonna move the needle more readily.
Thank you, Ms. Wursman. Any other, Ms. Barclay?
Yeah. So thanks for that information, Jen. It does sound like you've done a lot of research. Unfortunately, most of the things you listed, we can't use this money for. And it's not $1 million whatever, it's just this position. So in my mind, I run an organization, albeit small, a microcosm of what happens here. I understand that. But when we have to make an advancement on something and we have to make a change, so we've had LCAP for 10 years now-ish. Yes, so 11 years. And we've done great. We've put a lot of money into things. There's a lot of accountability there. It does cause a lot more work for people to make sure that we have, not only that we're achieving the goal, but that we're reporting it correctly and following through on our action steps. And yeah, unfortunately, it is bureaucracy and, welcome to public education, but it's what it is. So in order for us to receive the money from the state, we have to show the outcomes. And there's one area, this one where we're in the red, and it's with this population. And as mentioned, special ed is a component, but a big component is homeless, foster, English language learners, and low socioeconomic families. And all of these children clearly are intermingled with in all of the classrooms. So simply providing more IAs, which I am completely in agreement with. I have spoken to many people about this issue, but that's kind of a separate issue. That's not gonna get us what we need to do. We have a lot of people on this bus. We have principals on the bus. They have ideas. We have teachers on the bus. They have ideas. We have various directors, as you've stated, on the bus. They all have the ideas. What we're missing is the driver. And I can tell you just from my personal experiences, everyone has their ideas and they're good. They're probably totally workable and doable, but it's a waste of time and energy and wheel spinning if we aren't all on the same bus and you don't have a driver that's helping you get from point A to point B. I agree. Nobody wants more directors. Nobody wants more bureaucracy. But in this scenario, it's this one area where we're falling short. And I hate to even call it an area because it's children. And it's really the kids most at risk. And like you mentioned, there are kids who may not have parents who are able to help them. They might want to, they have that desire for their child, but they can't do it because they're working 3 jobs, because they don't speak the language, because it makes them nervous to go into the school and speak to a teacher. I literally see these children every day. That's who I work with. And so I have compassion for this group and know that it does take more money, and that's why we've been given an extra, I believe it's 1.8 million, to target this group, because we need to help these kids. They're not just a red bar on a graph. They're individual children, and we need someone, and God bless Dr. Woods, we talked about this, that he's gonna go to every single site and hear from them, what's your plan, what are you gonna do? And then I said to him, so you work a full-time job, 40 plus hours a week, whatever it is, do you have time then to go back to every site on a quarterly basis and follow up on those steps and action plans to ensure that this is taking place in a systematic way to achieve this goal? And of course, he does not. And neither do any of our directors. They already have a full-time job, plus. So I'm not a fan of taking money out of classrooms, definitely not. But in this particular situation, I feel like this is the way we need to go for now. I'm hopeful that we get this person in, they drive this bus, they get everybody headed the same direction, they set up some processes and some methodology in a systematic way that really makes a difference on each individual child, and we go, whoa, magic sauce, we did it, we figured out what's gonna work in our community, and in a couple of years, we don't need it anymore. We're not gonna know in 1 year, because in 1 year, the test scores are from this year, so that's not gonna work. Then the next year, that person has just gotten rolling, so it's really gonna take 3 years to see it. And I'm hopeful that in 3 years, we're gonna go, we're in the yellow, maybe heading towards green, because we just got this bus rolling. We've been given the money, and there's more than just this money to do it. So some of the things that they're gonna need, I think, are probably there. So that's that's the way I look at it, is that we need, and I'm also sad that it's not a full director, because I think there would have been a little more, I think it would have been a little better. But I think this is a nice compromise for the position to get it rolling and at least have someone driving the process to get it going. And then if we look and it's not working, okay, well, that did not work. It's not the first time that we set a goal and don't achieve it. Everybody does that. But let's give it a shot, because these kids, clearly, they need the assistance. These foster kids, homeless kids, kids who don't have parents that are able to come and meet with the teachers and make sure they're doing their homework. They need extra help, and it's not just tutoring. School after school doesn't necessarily work for kids in this population. It needs to be more and ingrained in their school day. So this is what I'm hopeful to see, and I think we should, as a board, if we go this route, we should follow up and hold them accountable, because I think it's a good idea, and we need to see results from it. And not to mention that we got to do something, because we have to submit this budget to the county, and they're already like giving us some leeway because we brought it to this meeting. So if we say no on this tonight, we've discounted what our expert staff say, and we're back to the drawing board with no clear methodology to reach success. So there's my long-winded 2 cents.
I enjoyed that from both of you. It's really good fact-finding and digging from both of you. I really appreciate that. Mr. Schwartz?
Okay, I only asked for 1 minute. I've spoken with several of the people who've recommended this position. Dr. Woods was hired because members of this board felt that he was an expert and he would lead us in a new direction. And I spoke with him the other day, and he recommended that this was a good move. So with respect to his expertise, Francisco's expertise, and Kim over there, is Kim still here? And Kim's expertise, and my experience, what we have done in the past has not worked. We need to go in a new direction. And unless we have someone, as Allison said, driving the bus, not driving the bus, someone leading us in what we want to do and being the person responsible, and if that doesn't work, well then, we move on to something else. But what we've done in the past has not been successful. We owe it to our children, our students, to make things better for them. And I think this is the direction we need to go.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I'll start off by saying there's some real tension points here. I often ask my students, what role does evidence play in your life, and how much does it take to convince you of a certain position? This is a real tough one. I hear the 1.7% COLA, the fiscal responsibility. I understand that. I totally appreciate some of the comments in the audience about decentralized, centralized management. I completely understand that. Instead of centralizing management and hiring a principal on TOSA, you want to decentralize it, hold site admin accountable. But even further than that, to strip it down further, another member talked about targeting direct services towards the students. These are very good and strong tension points. One of the things, and I agree with Mr. Schwartz, and I agree with Mrs. Wiersma, and I agree with Mrs. Barclay, so here's my decision. I did vote to bring in new leadership with new ideas, and I am behind Dr. Woods with this because I trust his leadership. It's not the end of the world. There's a one-year contract. We can hold Dr. Woods accountable. We can hold the board accountable for whatever decision we vote tonight. We can hold Dr. Woods accountable. We can hold, the principal accountable. You have administrative accountability. I agree with Schwartz, and I agree with Allison, and I agree with Jen. The needle hasn't been moved. So this is new leadership with new ideas, and this is a possible route we can go. Yes, I understand about decentralized management. Yes, I understand about direct services. But what I understand and what I trust is Dr. Woods, who I put full faith and confidence in. So in my humble opinion, it's not the end of the world, and what it does is it promotes leadership from within. It breeds competition. There's going to be competition from each principal to fight for this. I understand that there's metrics involved. Yes, I understand math scores, English language learners, foster youth, homeless, low income, socioeconomic disadvantages, and I also understand that there's a few principals that have already got really good scores in this area that, if promoted, could possibly lead in this effort under Dr. Woods. And yes, there's a real tension point with Dr. Woods and district admin being strapped to be able to conduct this. I understand the driver behind it. So with that being said.
Before we push it, can I ask?
I'm not done, Ms. Wiersma.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I will vote this in, and there's a qualification, and it's if and only if Dr. Woods chooses the final contestant for the principal on TOSA. Otherwise, I will not vote this in. But if we can add this as an amendment and we take it to vote, I'll vote it in if you choose the person from the district, 29, 30 schools, whatever it is, because I know there's going to be real competition and metrics involved, and you will hold that person accountable. I've already been to 11 site visits in the last 3 weeks. I've actually seen him confront the principals in a good way and push and start asking them how they're going to enforce this metric in a new way. And then I even heard a principal say, one of the problems we have is time focused towards math. Dr. Woods, how are you going to reconcile that? So I've already seen the accountability, and I trust his new leadership. So that is my position. That is how I'll vote if and only if he selects the actual
What about the fourth director that we're hiring? Because that changes the conversation in my mind, because we're talking about 3, we're adding a 4th, and then we're going to add an additional position. And I'm telling you, job descriptions all sound very similar. And I appreciated, Mrs. Barclay, what you shared with those individual students who need that extra help. But again, I don't see that director, APOSA and ATOSA, going to that child, which is why, again, I come back to services and what we can do there, because the requirement is not that we institute this position, it's that we provide services and that we tackle the problem accordingly. And it's a problem all over the state. So I think a lot of people are grappling with this. But having said that, Dr. Komrosky, you brought up a good point. I don't see here in this that it's a one-year tentative, that perhaps if a principal steps up and it's not working, they step back in. And bureaucracy doesn't usually grow and then prune itself. It doesn't happen. So that's why I still stand kind of in the corner alone, and that's fine, with truly believing, having talked to a lot of people, that we could go elsewhere, and I figured that might be the case. So whatever it is, it will be. But oversight is even looking to the person that I hired in Dr. Woods to say, I'm not sure this is right in the end for the kids. But wherever we go, believe me, we'll be cheerleaders because we all need to collaborate, pivot, and work together. So I'll be behind it. But again, what about that fourth position? I don't know if anyone can speak to that because to me, there's some hypocrisy with that.
I will say I'd like to Dr. Woods to speak before we continue on, because all of us spoke one at a time, and then maybe we can further the conversation. I'm actually done talking though, but I'll let Dr. Woods weigh in.
Thank you. So far, every single person that spoke is correct. How can that be? Well, I think that tells you how complex the situation really is. There isn't a magic bullet. Allison, your comment about the driver is probably something that resonated the most, because there are a lot of people on the bus already working on this and have been since 2013, right? But districts across the state have not found the answer, and I'm curious why. You know, you have to look back at the research, and I know that ultimately it's the individual teacher and the effect that teacher has on the child that has the greatest return. That's what the research is very, very clear about. It's the individual teacher. So now you got to back up. How do we give that individual teacher the greatest chance to be effective? We know, our team knows, that the site principals are currently working like mad, craziness to cover everything. We know this is the hardest population for sure. It's in the data, it's clear. How can we now help the principal help the teacher? Well, the person that could be the closest to this would be a fellow principal that does not come off as a director, perhaps. That principal on special assignment, if we select the right person, may be the type of person that could directly help the principals keep them all coordinated. There's another component that we're not talking about that doesn't cost an extra dime, and that is a task force that I would be a part of, and others that are already on the team, including our directors, that would speak directly with this new person every month and follow this conversation very, very carefully. That is not something we are currently doing. We are going to implement and have each principal present to us for 45 minutes on what they're doing with this LCAP money and with that student population. So that conversation will start happening here in early June. Again, we can have that conversation. I can do my best. Everyone here can do their best. Everything that everyone has said so far is accurate, but we need a driver. I'm just convinced of that. We need someone to step on the gas, to drive this bus, and keep us all aligned, give us energy, give us excitement, give us enthusiasm, come back to the board, report specific information on how we're doing, and let's see if maybe we can be a model for the state, because I am not aware of a district that actually has the answer. But I do know the state has given us rhetoric now that is incredibly aggressive. They're not asking anymore. They're telling us, you better do something about it now. So we feel that urgency, and we're trying to come together with the comments from last board meeting. And each of you has done your homework. I can say that. Each one of you has done your homework, and I'm proud of you for asking those tough questions. I just think we need a driver, and I want that person to be as close to the principals as we can possibly get for now. And I wish I could guarantee that we're going to have success. Unfortunately, I can't. But that doesn't mean we're not going to try.
Dr. Woods, doesn't Dr. Velez hold bi-monthly meetings to promote leadership from within as far as teachers being promoted to possible admin? And the reason I ask, and this is another important tension point not raised, is there's a culture shock when you pull a principal out of a site. There's culture there, and when you remove the head leadership, it might shift morale a little bit. Then you promote an assistant, you promote
Someone from within.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it's a little late and my mind starts shutting it down. Assistant principal up to the principal position, then you promote somebody else into another assistant principal position. So I know there's a cascade effect. How can we mitigate that, tying into the tension point positively with Dr. Velez constantly motivating and holding these bi-monthly meetings? I don't know exactly what happens. To foster this. And this goes back to the mission, vision, values we're going to discuss later with leadership. We're promoting within. And I like that. But like I said, I will put forth a motion soon here, but it's if and only if you choose the actual principal, not district, but you, the head of the district.
What we would do is a competitive process. It can involve 2 to 3 levels, and then it comes to me. And then I come to the board and make a recommendation to the board on who the top candidate might be.
And then can you speak to the culture shock of shifting a principal on TOSA to an assistant principal and then somebody filling the assistant principal, and how that would tie into possibly being mitigated by Dr. Velez doing the bi-monthly training? Because I'm not aware of what goes on in those meetings, but I want to know, because that's a problem for me is you're creating a culture shock from leadership and the principal. Now, I know principals move on.
Yeah, and move around all the time.
They move around.
Right.
Yeah,
So
and we have people in the bullpen, in the leadership training.
We do.
Yeah.
People,
They're
I
ready.
had in the past 2 years, 4 new principals move in and out, and schools are just functioning the way they should. And because these people are trained and they know what's going on. And, you know, as I said, we have people in the bullpen, and our assistant principals are just ready to move on up when they have to.
Because all good principals know that the great teachers and the classified staff that are at those schools are the most important people there.
Exactly.
Well, thank you,
What
Mr.
about the
Schwartz
fourth
and Dr.
director?
Woods. Hold
Nobody's
on,
answered
hold on,
that.
Mrs.
Who's gonna handle
Hold on,
that?
Mrs. Wiersma, I'm still not done. I still want what Dr. Velez does behind the scenes, if you can fill me in on that, so I know more. And then Mrs. Wiersma will get to you next.
Dr. Velez, can you explain that real quick?
Yeah,
And then we'll get to.
Yeah, I'll be happy to share. And Dr. Komorowski, thank you for bringing this up. For the last 3 years in my position, we've held 2 meetings a month with our intervention administrators and our assistant principals to prep them for the principal seat. One is focused on instruction and what research says about instruction and what good instruction looks like in the classroom. And the second piece to that is what we call our Aspiring Principals program, which is focused on leadership. What does leadership look like at a school site, regardless of what level you're at? But one of the pieces that we also do when you talk about culture shock, Dr. Komorowski, which is you're absolutely on point with that, is that an assistant principal moving to a principal seat, all of our directors in our department in Ed Services are assigned to a principal. They are assigned to a school site. They are the mentor. They are the guide. They help kind of decrease that culture shock. They are side by side with that person, and they've been assigned to that person from the very beginning, the moment they step in. We have some very seasoned principals in our district who have actually been principals for 15 years, who still have a mentor who is a director that is by their side. So we handhold them all the way through that transition from an assistant principal into a principalship with the directors that we have that do that work with them to prepare them for that culture shock. Because when you use that word culture shock, you're not wrong. It's hard going from the seat of an assistant principal to a principal. So we try to really mentor them with not only the instructional practices works that we do, but with the leadership training that we do, and then assigning them a mentor that works side by side with them.
Do the assistant principals, just out of
Thanks, Dr.
curiosity,
Velez.
because it was a...
You're welcome.
Thank you. The assistant principals, do they get training in the academy as well? Because I thought that was a really good suggestion in looking at trying to help them with some of these populations and giving them additional insight. I'm not as familiar with the academy, so maybe you can speak to that.
Yes.
The APs,
Those
so it'd be easy to plug in professional development there.
Well, it's professional development. Okay, so assistant principals and intervention administrators already attend that. They've been doing that for 3 years. So our whole goal in Ed Services is to ensure that those individuals in those seats, our job is to prepare them for a principalship. That is, the job of our principals is to prepare their assistant principals and intervention administrators for those seats as well. So we do that training. We do leadership training focused on instructional practices through those monthly meetings that we have with them. We hold 2 a month for all of them, and it's mandatory. Everyone comes. It's actually a really nice time. We get to see everybody, and we get to talk as future leaders in this district, regardless if they go into a principalship, a coordinator, a future director, whatever it might be.
fourth director, who can tell me about what that is and why that can't be a big part of this? I just would love clarification there, or what plans there are for this person, where they would go.
Dr. Velez is best to answer that one also.
So the job position that's currently posted on EdJoin is actually the backfill for Mr. Dignan. Mr. Dignan has a very specific job description, CTE, and alternative education director. Am I right, Joe? Okay, thank you. And so what Ed Services and what we talked about in Cabinet was just making it an Ed Services director. Right now, we currently have one director that oversees elementary and 2 for high school. Our high schools are large. We have 3,000 some kids, so I understand that. Our elementaries, we have 19 elementary schools. So it's looking at just restructuring. It's a backfill for Mr. Dignan. We're just not calling it the same title. All of the Ed Services directors actually have the same title. Director of Curriculum and Instruction K-12, because it also gives our directors the ability to move at different levels if they so choose, or whatever the needs of the district might be. So this provides us more growth in terms of being able to support our sites a little bit more broadly than it would be very narrow in terms of just CTE and alternative education. Our directors are fully equipped to cover CTE, to cover alternative ed. That's what our directors do. But rather than backfill it with something that is very narrow, we are actually opening the scope of it so that we can cover more services and provide more support to our principals.
So this person could cover what Mr. Dignan is leaving, but you're saying it could be additional responsibilities as well, and you're waiting to determine that.
That is correct. So they will still cover alternative ed, they will still have oversight of CTE, but they can also then do more of the principal mentoring. They can work more in athletics and ASB and all of the other things that may encompass, if you're using secondary as an example, they can encompass much more than that. Mr. Dignan, and I hope he's not watching right now, actually. I hope he's in bed at this point. But he has been a great asset in terms of getting CTE off the ground, getting us going. We are in a really great place, and so we don't want to keep the job description so limited in scope. We want to open that up, and CTE will continue. We're still going to continue to expand our programs and look at the great things we do. But when we look at through the instructional lens too, there's so much more we can do with that position and opening it up to provide more support to all sites.
I think it was because I read curriculum and assessment, which is the same, that I thought, okay, so if that's being pulled into that category and we're not going to backfill another CTE director, that was my question. Are we bringing another one on for the 4, and then will we have another director? And my hope was just, if we've got this 4th person, why can't we plug them into more of what needs to happen here? So thank you for speaking to that.
You're welcome.
I have one more tension point. Thank you, Ms. Worsmith. Thank you, Dr. Velez. I have one more tension point to be exhausted. So the last meeting for fiscal responsibility, I agree with you, Jen. I didn't like the director. I didn't like the $200,000. That's been mitigated to about $150,000. But there will be days added on for special assignment for the principal on TOSA. I've also heard that you would wrap around that as that principal a task force. Can you explain to us, as the task force, how many people, is there additional monies being spent towards that, or is that just deepening the bench and adding job duties and responsibilities to the task force to aid the new principal on TOSA?
The task force would involve people like me and Kimberly and directors who would meet with the leader of this LCAP movement, and we would get in the weeds with them very deeply. So we'd be talking a lot about student data. We'd be talking about individual school sites, who is having the most success where, how we share this with others. We kind of become the strong arm for this person. So if things are not functioning well at a certain site, then the task force or a person like me would make their visit and say, hey, what we need you to do is X, Y, Z. We're finding a lot of success at these various schools doing this. You're falling a little bit behind. We need you to pick it up.
Okay, perfect. I have 2 additional questions. One is that it's a 1-year contract and there's no guarantee that the principal on TOSA advances into a 2nd year. So that leads into my other question, to would that principal then go back to the site that they originally came from? And then would a new principal be evaluated to be on TOSA? And inside all of that mix, by what metric would you evaluate the new principal on TOSA and when? Because now you have a one-year time frame for this contract, and there's no guarantee that they advance forward into a second year. So two-pronged tension here. Do they go back to the site? And if they don't, how do you evaluate the metric by which they stay? Because I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, you can help, but let me make an opening statement. I think, the idea is I've kind of learned my lesson. When a principal comes out of a school, it's not an automatic return to that school as a guarantee. Because there could be a lot of things that happen during that year. It's return as a principal, for sure. That's the minimal requirement. But when you talk about individual sites, there's a lot of evaluation that needs to be done just to make double sure that would be the right placement if we were to do it. There'll be other people involved at that point.
So returning back to the culture shock, are you saying that a principal would not return back to the original position? Because if that's the case,
I would want to hold that conversation before we know. I don't want to make that a guarantee right up front because things will change.
so if it's not a guarantee, then it pushes on the tension point that I originally raised about culture shock, and here I am in the quagmire that I was trying to get out of, and now I'm losing confidence in my ability to go forward, because now you're creating more of a culture shock when you can't guarantee the principal going back if they fail to be evaluated by a metric. But I'm still wanting to know, what is that metric and when would the evaluation take place?
Dr. Velez, you can give a little info on that.
I can answer that. So I want to remind all of us, as Ms. Brown spoke last time when she presented, the LCAP plan is 3 years. It's a 3-year plan. So when we talk about this position being 1 year, I want to share that, and Dr. Woods hit on this a little bit. The data that we are currently looking at is last year's data. So in a year, we are going to be looking at this year's data. And when we're looking at this year's data, it's going to be hard to determine at that time whether or not this position is effective or not, because we're working off of the data that we have been working off in 23-24. Hence why the LCAP is 3 years. It's a 3-year plan. The metrics that you're asking about, Dr. Komrosky, is our CASP scores. So it's our dashboard. It's looking to see growth in those individual student populations, whether or not there's growth. So I think we need to be very cautious about saying it's 1 year, because the LCAP is actually 3 years. It's not 1. And I also just want to, and I don't want to steal Mr. Arce's thunder, but I also would like to acknowledge the fact that, and I think you kind of brought it up, Dr. Komrosky, that it would be very hard to hire a principal in our district, and we have phenomenal principals in this district, to take a 1-year position and then not go back to their site. People are not going to make that jump. For a 3-year position where they will be able to show growth over time using the right metrics and the right data, yes, but a 1-year contract to leave a site that they may have been at for multiple years, I'm concerned about the applicants that we would get in that particular position that would be highly effective, because our sites they're invested in their school sites. So I just want to make sure we all understand LCAP is 3 years. We're working off of last year's data. Next year, we can all be sitting here, and we're still looking at this year's data. These things take time. There's a lot of things to put in place. It's a $23 million plan, and those things take time to really create organization, professional development over time.
Okay, so with that, Dr. Woods, I was told by you, I know that the LCAP plan's 3 years, Dr. Velez, I appreciate that. But what I was told is this position dedicated towards that 3-year LCAP plan was 1 year at a time. So now is this being translated into a 3-year position in alignment with a 3-year LCAP plan?
I still see it as 1 year at a time.
So if it's, okay, 1 year at a time.
But Dr. Velez is absolutely right. This is a long-term commitment as long as the person's doing well. And of course, we want them to, and there will be a lot of eyes on this, as you can imagine.
But your trajectory is hopeful that with the task force behind this person, you're hopeful that they last 3 years.
I hope the
with
person
metric
blows
being
us
moved.
away.
Why
Yeah.
can't Director 4 and our task force like drive the bus straight to the kids? I feel like we've got the people. We have the people. I've heard too much from them to think that this person coming in is going to give us additionally the magic. I think we already have the magic because I'm already hearing it from the principals and people I've talked to. So I'm just not convinced. And that's why I said a 1 year, we can pretend like it's a 1 year, but really, as Dr. Velez is saying, it's a 3 year. It's a bigger decision than that. And that's why this is the reality of where do you see these monies going where it's most beneficial. That director is not going to go talk to that kid, but people that we hire and the services and the counseling and all the things, I'd rather put $1.3 million or $1.8 million into that. We have the people who can do it.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion, and we can have a post-motion discussion. I move to vote in this position with the addition of you choosing the person, the final candidate, to bring to the board in closed session. Or open, is it closed session? Or open session? Open session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Schwartz. Now we have a motion on the table and a second. Now we can have further conversation or take this to a vote.
So you're fine not to have the caveat of it being a 1 year, which is what you just said a few minutes ago, that
That's
if
right.
it's a 1 year,
We can
then,
reevaluate this in 1 year on a 3-year LCAP plan.
but
under
then
the
how
leadership-
realistic is that, Dr. Velez? How realistic is that?
Everybody gets evaluated. If it's a 1-year contract, it's a 1-year contract.
Right, but you're saying the quality of the person that will step up wants to see the 3 year, which I understand that. That's more practical.
Right. So my question, I think, would be, what is the metric being used? Because if we are looking at CASP data in a year, that's not a fair evaluation of a principal on special assignment because we're using this year's data where we have not had this position in place. So I think we need to understand what the metric is. Is it the principal on special assignment evaluation tool that is established and approved through TVEA, or I'm sorry, through HRD? If that's the tool, then okay, I think we can agree to that. But if we're looking at dashboard data, that's unfair to the individual that would fill that position.
Because it's a year outdated when they
Yes.
step in.
That is correct.
So
Right,
Dr. Woods, can you
exactly.
speak to that?
What about
Yeah.
the fact of talking
Wait,
to
wait.
people in the classroom, like when I've talked to the IAs and so forth that evaluate because they know the kids, they can see where it's moving. Maybe the data has to catch up officially a little bit later, but what about that being part of the metric? Because they seem to know what's lacking and what they need. Could that be a possibility for evaluation?
Ms. Weirs,
One
can you
snippet.
clarify me what you're meaning by the instructional aids data and metrics?
Well, I'm just saying if you talk to the people that are at the sites, because we've got these different populations, we're trying to move the needle out of the red. I understand that. And you're saying the data, it takes a while to catch up. So I'm just grasping to figure out what else would give us an idea that if we took this person on and for a year they committed themselves to it, what else could we look at in terms of other indicators of success?
Yeah, there are other indicators of success we could use. It's not what's going to our metric we would ever use for LCAP. That's going to be based on dashboard. But there are other metrics we could use. We could use iReady data. I mean, we heard tonight there was a special education student who passed level 1 on the Sandy. That right there is assessment data that can be used, but it's somewhat more informal data than it would be an actual formal data assessment. But there are other metrics we could put in place, and I do think if Dr. Wiz agrees with me on this, this could be part of the task force to have some of these conversations.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Velez. Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. I'm going to have Dr. Woods call on, or weigh in, and then call on Mr. Arce from HRD, and then maybe we can take
I
this
think
to a
we
vote.
need to allow Mr. Arce to give a couple of thoughts on how we might structure this.
Sure. I just want to point out a couple of things that I think are important to note. And one is that all of our principals, like all of our administrators, are evaluated on a yearly basis. And we have a specific form that we use with specific objectives and standards. I would assume that in this case, although we want to make sure that we give plenty of time, such as a 3-year plan, to make sure that we evaluate how this particular position is working and whether or not we're meeting objectives, that principal on special assignment still gets evaluated every year. And one of the things we could look at is whether or not there's work that's being done towards meeting those objectives. Additionally, the reason people are evaluated every year, including administrators, is there's ed code pertaining to reassignment rights. So if someone, for example, we choose in February, hey, things aren't working out and you're not really cutting it, and so we need to figure out a different position, and we need to ensure that we notice you and that the board take action by March 15th, and all those different pieces that you have done in the past related to administrative positions, that we meet those timelines. But the reason I share that is I want to note that if we move forward, and absolutely Dr. Woods will be involved in the process and should be involved in the selection process. But if we move forward with anything that indicates to our current administrators that this is a one-year plan and a one-year contract, I don't suppose a lot of principals would jump to that and say, well, I'll pilot that and I'll see if that works out for me, because it is a big decision to transition from an on-site principal position to a POSA. So just a couple of things to note. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, a second on the floor. It's to approve the position with the addition of you choosing the final candidate, principal on TOSA, bringing it into open session. And there's no additional conversation. I'll have Lene call roll. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
No.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 3-1. Thank you, Lene. Now we're on to 6, new certified job description, elementary arts specialist. We have one comment, I think.
Yes.
Board, do you want to do 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
Edgar Diaz.
3, yeah, I was going to say 3. All right, Edgar, welcome up.
Well, good evening. I'm just coming up to mention that the topic that we came up and spoke about today about elementary prep time, this is a great avenue to use that. The district will be hiring individuals through this job description to be able to provide services for students in the arts, which is something that we feel, I think I made comments about this a couple months ago, about how that it helps student achievement and student culture. And it also is going to provide additional prep time that will be available to make it contractually mandated. So it seems like a good pair, good win-win. 30 seconds. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any discussion? If not, I'll call for a motion and a second to approve the new certified job description, elementary arts specialist.
I'll move. Oh, I'll second.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma, seconded by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
We.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. On to 7, resolution number 2023-24/23 of the Board of Education of the Temecula Valley Unified School District approving and authorizing the execution a school facilities funding and mitigation agreement, deposit agreement, and joint community facilities agreement with Meritage Homes of California Incorporated and Temecula Public Financing Authority, and delegating authority related oh my gosh, Therato. Hello, thank you. It's getting late. Do we have discussion? If not, I'll call for a motion in a second.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling a roll?
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
C.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Action item 8, resolution number 2023-24/26, approving change orders to KYA Service LLC for the shade structure project at Crown Hill Elementary School under California Multiple Award Schedule Contract 4-20-78-0089C. Praise God for the shade structures. Yes. That's just my personal opinion. We need more of them in Temecula. Do we have any discussion on this? I call for a motion in a second.
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Barclay.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Action item 9, board meeting dates. This one is a 3-pronger, and I will bring this to the board's attention. We're thinking about letting go of the last board meeting in May. And yes. Yes, May 28th workshop. I had the items written down. Dr. Woods. Give me a second, let me try to find him so I can summarize. I have to wing it. May 21st or is 31st?
28th.
May 28th workshop, and we collapse that into the June, is it 11th? 11 and 13. So basically, June 11th, we have to have a presentation by Mrs. Lash on a future budget that we have to vote in 2 days later by June 13th. This is anticipating the possibility of,
2 days later.
Dr. Woods, I'll let you. I won't speak on that. I'll let you speak on that.
For the 13th?
Yes. On why? Because it relates to something possibly. And we want to, yes.
Well, I don't want to use the words because I'm not allowed to.
It's tricky, huh, when I hand it off?
What we're trying to do is get ourselves in a position that on June 11th, we get the first shot at the board, at the budget. June 13th, we approve the budget. I'm concerned we may not have a quorum. We've got a couple of vacations that we're working around, and we have a special thing happening within the community that we'll know about at that time. So we know the 11th and 13th are pretty good for all four of you. There aren't too many conflicts. We could add a few things onto the 13th, for example, like a 1-hour workshop if the board wants that. So we're hoping to get the 11th and 13th so we can finish off the district business for July 1.
We were actually, thank you, Dr. Woods. We were actually talking about adding the collapse of the May 28th workshop into
28th.
June, what's that?
28th workshop.
Yeah, that's what I said. Did I say May 28th? I thought I did.
You said 20th, but that's okay.
I said, okay.
It's late.
May 28th workshop, you collapse that and you add an additional hour possible workshop to the 13th, maybe LCAP budget, to where we do a deeper dive, because we're voting on it that day. And that's the consensus of the board. That's just our thought.
I just want to ask.
Oh, I'd love a 15-minute board meeting on the 13th for one item.
And no workshop?
But that's neither here nor there. I think we're just voting on dates, so.
I just want to check with Nicole that that's her schedule, and that's what she needs.
So yeah, Ed Code requires 2 separate board meetings for the
Right.
budget, one for the public hearing, and it cannot be at the same meeting. It has to be a separate day. And just point of clarification, because we will be hearing and giving a presentation on both LCAP and the budget on the 11th. The 13th will have to be a special board meeting in case we are given direction and we need to make revisions that we will have to post 24 hours in advance, not 72.
Okay, as long as you say we need it.
Perfect. So it's a 3-pronged vote. May 28th cancel, June 11th LCAP presentation, June 13th special board meeting to vote in.
The budget.
Yeah, the budget. But again, now we're stuck with this question, and I'll ask the board, do we bring in a 1-hour workshop on that special meeting to prepare for the vote-in, maybe like an LCAP training, or do we skip it? I'm all for it, because it's practical and it's only 1 hour. And 15 minutes, Ms. Barclay, possibly.
For LCAP, would it matter at that point?
I know, I feel like
We're
gonna-
past that.
Well, okay, then think of a possible alternative for us as a board with a workshop, or we just cancel it outright and say, yeah.
Do you have a suggestion, Dr.
Yes,
Woods?
I do. I think it'd be timely if we have a conversation about math.
About
Math.
math.
We have some concepts related to math and some new instructional approaches. Some of it could blend over into LCAP, but it's really about math. That is something I think the district really needs to spend time on.
Can we also talk about the coming framework? I mean, I know there's like with curriculum.
Sure.
Yes, I think that would be great.
All right, I'm on board
Hold on,
with math.
just a second.
Yeah, Mr. Schwartz.
So the June 13th, there's a presentation at City Hall for Pride Month at 6 o'clock. So if we're going to do the meeting, I would like to see it done, say, at 4, so we could be out of here by 5:30, so we can attend that City Hall presentation to our students.
I like to do a workshop at 3 and start the board
Yeah,
meeting.
that's
at 4,
fine,
'cause
as
we
long as
don't
we're
need a
out of here
closed
by
session.
5:30.
Yeah, we don't need a closed session if it's a special meeting, correct? We just go straight from workshop to,
I have a work job. That's
Oh.
fine. I know.
okay.
3:30?
What's that?
3:30? Do we think 4 is too late. What's the projection for timing, do you think?
Just
Half
want
hour?
to be over by 5:30.
Yeah.
Can we do 3:30, Mrs. Barclay, or would you rather 4?
I mean, I am the boss. It's fine. I'll let myself off at 3:30. Yes, that's fine. Thank
Okay,
you for
then,
asking.
with all that said, so just to clarify, then I'll do a motion in a second for cancellation of May 22nd. June 11th, we'll have an LCAP presentation. June 13th, we'll come in at 3:30. We'll do a math workshop, and then possible math curriculum, Ms. Wiersma. And then we'll try to get out of here by 5:30. Do I have a motion in a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Last action item, mission, vision, values. On this one, we consolidated, Dr. Woods and myself, the 4 values, the mission statement, we elevate experiences, opportunities in each other, and then down below, we have a possible vision statement. And now this is up to the board. Because last time we were 1 word off on that mission statement. I remember trying to push in leadership, and I think Ms. Barclay and Mrs. Wiersma, to set the context, is that you guys were fine with what we have here, which I'm now fine with because we don't want to be redundant and have leadership in multiple places. So my thought is, this is where we left off last time to finish off the mission statement board discussion. I'm fine with that one. Yeah, and then, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Woods for content.
I'm looking forward to this deliberation, even though it's late and we're tired. It's a really, really important conversation, and I want to thank a whole bunch of people for helping. We had a group of teachers that gave great insight, a wonderful group of leaders and directors and coordinators and principals in our leadership team meetings that provided great insight. We had a group of students that worked for over an hour on just the language that was represented here, making sure that they felt respected and it accounted for them also. And a group of parents that really did an outstanding job and even helped us with some of the formatting and looking at it from a professional level. This document's important because I strongly believe that what we do and what we say up here on the dais matters. We definitely set the tone. It starts with us. And I'm certainly aware that we have an important election in the community coming up. We also have one in November. And I just strongly encourage everyone, it's okay to be hard on the issues. It's okay to debate the issues. That's what it's all about. Be hard on the issues. Debate like crazy. But I'm also recommending that we be soft on the people. And that doesn't mean weakness, by the way. We have a group of educators, professional educators. We have a group of students that have contacted me directly. And they're feeling targeted. They're feeling as if they're the enemy. And that hurts me to the core when I hear that. And I know it's not anyone's intention to do that. And I also understand the rhetoric goes both ways. It comes on both sides. But I also know that as superintendent, one of my main and key roles is to try to create a safe environment for all, everyone. That's one of the reasons I have to be neutral politically, because I have to be able to work on both sides of the aisle, so to speak. And I take that job very, very seriously. And I believe so much in Temecula. I've only been here 155, 60 days. But man, I'm impressed with what I see. I've done 89 site visits. I've seen the classrooms. I've watched the teachers. I see the principals. And they're just doggone impressive. I don't know how else to say it. We have a jewel here in this community, and we all have to come together and find a way to save it and keep it alive and keep it positive. So that's why this document seems simple. It's abbreviated in many ways. I know the board has an internal document that spells out a lot of this, but those words up there matter. And I'm interested to listen to you
deliberate over this document, because it does set a tone. It also helps me understand what it is the board's priorities and values are, what the mission of the district is. It helps Mr. Arce when we recruit people, because now we show them this document and say it's been approved by our board. We are holding ourselves accountable for this document. This means a lot to us. And the ball starts rolling. It is something we all can refer to. That language up there is really not debatable. It's pretty clear now because I had so many people help me with it. We got rid of the pieces of this chart that were a little complex and hard to understand. It's pretty simplified now. I just am thankful that this board is considering this option, because we haven't really done this in about 6-7 years. So take this seriously. I know you do. I know you've brought this up for the last couple of months. We're very close to having a final document. I hope we can approve something tonight and we can get moving forward and start to repair some of the damage that's been done over time. Thank you for listening, by the way.
Thanks, Dr. Woods. Yeah, I'm definitely excited. I've been pushing this for a long time, and as a group collectively, we've done this. The district's done this. The teachers have done this. It's been really good buy-in. I think our values were pretty much voted on last time. Now it's up to the mission statement. Unless you guys are fine with it, we were at the precipice of saying yes last time.
I just wanted to, I know Jimmy did a lot of work on it, and just want to thank him for all the effort he put into it. We appreciate it.
Good job, Jimmy. Good job. Good job, Lene.
Lene, yep.
Lene, can you scroll up so we can just see that at the bottom? I'm sorry, I know.
The vision.
And this one down here is the vision?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
And it's a toy vision. We just put that up there to get something in front of the board that's more elegant, not long-winded, 7-8 sentences, something where are students going after they graduate kind of thing, and that's before you guys know.
And I know there has been a ton of input from, I mean, Dr. Woods and I have discussed this a couple of times, within the district, outside of the district, parents, community, all kinds of different people. I really like this. This is something, I mean, we have talked about it really for years, because we worked on it a little bit, you know, before the last 18 months, but because it came from that schoolhouse document and just taking it down to something more understandable. And I really do like it. Okay, I have one thing. Could you, sorry, Lene, can you scroll back up again? So I have a problem with random capitalizations, and I see that I get my stuff on all the time in our marketing materials. Okay, experiences is capitalized, opportunities is capitalized, but each other is not.
Where?
So we either go all the way or all lowercase. I know experiences because it's the first word.
Yeah.
Opportunities is the second. So we either need to go each other with a big O, each other
Or
both.
make opportunities
I
a
don't know,
small o.
or make opportunities small.
All the
So
way.
with that, my eye goes right to it. I apologize. I'm not even an educator. I'm just really nitpicky.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have agreement on the mission statement?
Yeah.
It's
I
even
think
got
that's
that
good.
nice tagline, we elevate, like a Nike, you know, just do it. It's embedded in it. It's
Yeah,
good.
I like it. I mean, I feel like, and that's been run by everyone in their,
Yep.
everyone and their grandma. Awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it.
Sweet, we got the values and mission, now we're on to the vision. This is something that I pushed for because we did not have a vision statement. Now we will finally have one.
I think it's fine.
I think it's fine too, but inquiring minds want to know what Mrs. Barclay and Mrs. Wiersma are thinking over there.
All right,
Mrs.
that's
Barclay is
three.
good, we have
Just
consent.
fix that little capitalization and I'm great.
And I don't want to rush, oh, wait. Should we capitalize strives, create, high, levels?
No.
Okay, or all, okay? Just
want
to make sure.
Where's the English teacher?
Because,
I know. We either got to go all or nothing.
okay.
Yes,
so-
and this one's nothing. That's great. That's
Jen, what about you for the addition of any words or taking out? Because I don't want to rush this part. This is the magic part, at least. All of us are coming together to decide this.
I think the words are fine. Words are easy to put on paper, and they're a lot harder to make come to fruition. So I think as I gaze at this, I see all the caveats, and I'm hoping, truly, please get us past June 4th and all the things, because I really do feel like we can get to a better place. And I think this is a good goal for all of us, whether you're a teacher or whether you're in classified, a parent, a school board member. Honestly, this is all really good. And you look at the practical, discrimination-free, and me standing for parents and being strong in what I believe in might to someone else seem like discrimination. So we're gonna have to get to the point of understanding we're never all gonna see it alike. And yet, if we can get to a place of decorum and where we respect one another, and I think tonight was good, we had debate. We all have opinions, and I think we can do it differently. So I'm encouraged. I don't think there's any one thing I would look at changing. It's just, I think all of you who are reading it, how can you see it changing what you do? I think if we all take individual responsibility, and I can, and I do, I think that's where we're going to see success and see a mission statement come to life. And that's my hope for this district.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to throw in a last thought, and let's take it to vote. My thought is that this is how you promote from within, and this is how you actually let go of somebody if they're not embodying these values, mission, vision. This is a management mechanism, and it has a lot of weight to it. And when we have an ambassadorship of an employee that just excels, by now, let's say we're voting in, the leadership, the care, the opportunities, the experience, would say you embody these values, these mission, vision values that the governing board holds near and dear to its heart, as well as the district, and you've gotten behind that. We want to elevate you now and promote you because you've embodied these values, and it's super important that we get around them. And I just couldn't sleep at night with no vision statement. I'm sorry. I might be able to sleep tonight now.
Now you can see.
Okay, so do I have a motion and a second to approve the new TVUSD mission, vision, values?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you so much, Lene. We're on to information and reports. Facilities update report by the wonderful Mrs. Lash, part 3.
Okay, don't worry, I won't be too winded. I know Frank's got a bet going of what time we're going to end, and so maybe he'll give me a cut if I'm fast. So hello again, and good evening. We are here to present parts 2 and parts 3 of the facility update. We were here last month, and we talked about where we're at with current projects. Tonight, we're going to talk about briefly facility funding, and then also look for some thumbs up on prioritization of next projects. So with that, we'll first start with facility funding. We'll talk about project prioritization and how we reach those decisions on what's next. And then we'll talk about what you'll see next after tonight's presentation and take any questions that you may have. So with that, just a reminder, school is a building with 4 walls and tomorrow inside, and we take that wholeheartedly in our facilities department. And with no further ado, our Director of Facilities, Amber Perez.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us back to talk to you about kind of what we've got left in our facilities funding buckets. There was also a board memo that was provided that kind of goes into detail about what each of these things are. So if you have any specific questions about that, and of course you can always reach out to me. So generally speaking, though, there are 3 primary sources of funding for facilities specifically. So we kind of look at that 3-legged stool as our stability for being able to continue to improve and modernize in our facilities. So one of them is our school impact fees. We also refer to those as developer fees and CFDs, or community facility districts. One of those agreements we just approved this evening. Another one is our local bond measure. Our Measure Y local bond was approved in 2012, and so that's now a very long time ago, over 10 years ago, and we are now towards the end of that funding, which you'll see here very soon. And then we're also going to talk a little bit about state bonds and the school facilities program. Those state bonds is what funds the school facilities program, and so we'll take just a quick look at that as well. So what we've got, oh, here we go. Okay, so this is what we currently have in TVUSD available that is not currently earmarked, I'll say, for a specific project. In school impact fees, there is roughly $24 million that's unallocated. There's $7.8 million remaining in the bond. Like I said, that we're at the end of that bond. It was $165 million when it was approved. So we've done a really great job, and the Citizens Oversight Committee annual report kind of spoke to that as well. That was also one of the agenda items today. And then we've got our state bonds. There's $32.9 million that is available from that. So to explain that a little bit, so in total, we got $64.7 million that we get to make a decision on how we want to move forward, what projects we want to look at next. In state bonds, this is an application process that as we, let me click, there we go. As we're, have a new project in our line of sight, we then can have the opportunity to be able to apply for school facility program grants to help us pay for those things. It doesn't pay for sometimes very much of it, but for new construction, the district would have to match what the state program provides dollar for dollar. It's a 50-50 program. In modernization, that is, we match, it's a 40-60. New construction is based entirely on enrollment. So I'm just gonna throw this out there right now. There's really not much left for TVUSD in new construction grants. That's until TVUSD goes on another big growth surge, we're not going to have any new enrollment that would justify building new facilities for new capacity. However, for modernization, that is based on not just our continued enrollment, but also on the ages of the buildings. So for a permanent building, once a building reaches 25 years old, that makes it eligible for us to be able to apply for a grant. For relocatable buildings or portable buildings, when those reach 20 years old, we have an opportunity to apply for a grant. The problem is that the state facility program does not look at how much that project truly costs. Instead, it says this is the number of grants that you get based on the number of pupils that you have. So it turns out to be not nearly the total cost of the project. So another piece to this is that the state funding, say I apply for this modernization grants this year, it will probably be 4 to 5 years before we're actually funded. So that kind of brings me back to how we're sitting on $32.9 million. We're not sitting on it, it showed up. So finally, after having waited for a very long time, we had quite an influx this year. What's interesting about that is that the state actually does, the bonds that they were passed in 2016 are all allocated. So, and in 2020, Proposition 13 failed, so there was no new state bond. Governor Newsom did try to fill that gap this last year with general funds. So that's actually the only funding that we've seen. At this point, and so, oh man, that's a good point. 2024, there is another bond on the ballot, and this would be directly beneficial to TVUSD. And so I'm going to show you real quickly here in our next slide, the state facility program pipeline. These are the applications that we currently have that are waiting to be funded. As you can see, this is work that we've already, in a lot of cases, completed. So the one that's there that says OPSC review for $10 million, that was kind of the last of our new construction grant eligibility. That is an OPSC review. Everything else was an application received beyond bond authority. So until the state gets a new bond, we're not going to see any of this funding. However, when we do, at least we're in line. And so there's potentially about $43 million there that could trickle in to kind of keep us moving in our facilities projects. So that's the funding piece.
And we wanted to explain that state bond piece, and I know Mrs. Wiersma, in the last board meeting, you brought up the question of the state bonds and how it impacts us and why that's so important. But the reason why I asked Amber to go through that in detail is because how we prioritize, that's one of the main factors that drives our prioritization, is what is eligible for funding, so that way we're maximizing our dollars, which we'll get to in a later slide. But I just wanted to take one quick second to thank the board for their continued commitment to deferred maintenance. So we receive a lot of dedicated dollars to build facilities or modernize facilities, and then the facilities department walks away onto the next project. But we all know that to maintain those buildings and keep them in functional good repair takes dollars, and we receive zero money dedicated for deferred maintenance. But the board took action and has maintained the commitment of 1% towards deferred maintenance, and I just want to say thank you for that continued commitment, because we could spend that 3 times that, but we're grateful that you've continued that commitment to keep our facilities in good repair through the deferred maintenance program, because it maintains all the wonderful things that facilities does. So with that, I want to talk about how we prioritize before we get to the list of thumbs up. And how we prioritize, I did mention, is that state matching eligibility that Amber went into great detail about. We do look at student and programmatic needs, meaning, so just because you're not eligible for state matching doesn't mean we're not going to, sometimes you have to jump the line just based on student need and programmatic needs. And then also we like to talk about maximizing our funding. So not only does that mean state matching dollars, but also if we're dumping a bunch of money into constant repairs of a facilities, it feels like we're wasting dollars when we really do an evaluation to say, hey, we're constantly repairing that roof. We're throwing away good money. Why don't we look into replacing that roof at some point, even if they're not eligible for modernization? So with that, we're going to get to the point of, okay, so what is next in line with regard to projects? Was there anything else on maximizing funding?
Nah, cutting, yeah. She said, is there anything else on maximizing fundings? And then, of course, I think about portables. So it was a lot of work trying to figure out, like, of all the things that can and need to be done in our district, what needs to take our attention first. And so one of the things that I looked at right away was, and back to this slide, is that state matching eligibility. So when I spoke about earlier about portables that are 20 years old and permanent buildings that are 25 years old, going after those modernization is what's going to keep that pipeline of state application funding, is going to keep that coming in. So that's kind of where I start in regards to trying to identify where we're going to go. However, that list is still really long. So hence, looking at student need and what we need in our programs. So if you look in our master plan, there is actually a scoring for student need. And so I really, there was a lot of schools that were eligible in 2022. I know we're behind that already, but there was a lot of it eligible in 2022. I looked at the student need of each one of these schools and used that metric to try to help me identify where we should go next. So here in order, something else, back to programmatic need, is we've been talking about VAPA programs and how we want to implement VAPA throughout, well, not implement completely, but anyways, enhance those programs. And one of the things is that there are 6 elementary schools that do not have permanent stages in their MPRs. So Abbey Rinke, Barnett Elementary School, Paloma Elementary, Pava Valley, Nicholas Valley, and Red Hawk Elementary School. All of these have kind of like the picture you see up in the top left. It's a portable stage, or in some cases, I'm going to be honest, there is not even a portable stage there. In some cases, the MPR might be too small to have a permanent stage. So this is one of the projects that we want to make sure that there's equitable space across all 6 elementary schools, but we might end up having some issues developing that scope. So this is something that we want to start looking at here very soon. That's always nice. And then, so here's the 3 schools that I had listed. And as we get close to developing the scopes for each one of these, we'll kind of dive back into the master plan, but these bullet points that I have up here actually came from the community surveys that were taken when we developed the master plan. What was important to the community at the time that we developed the master plan? So at Margarita Middle School, the #1 thing that showed up was provide appropriate spaces for specialized programs like VAPA and CTE. I went to and visited that school specifically looking for just that, and they don't have the adequate space to be able to house those programs. So create large outdoor shade space gathering. Will we be able to accomplish all of these things in one scope? Likely not. But we want to make sure that we're looking at all of these things and put together something, a scope that is going to be both affordable and have the most instructional and programmatic impact at each one of these sites. The next one is Nicholas Valley. So at the top here, as you saw, there's portables that need some attention. So that's one of the things that we'll be looking at as well. But at Nick Valley, improving the pickup and drop-off areas was something that showed up, as well as providing a larger multi-purpose room, which comes back to the stage. They don't have enough space for a stage, so we're going to have to look at that a little bit differently. Temecula Elementary School, this is one of our oldest elementary schools, and the front office space was not designed for how it's being used. So we're really trying to take a look at how we can better utilize that space. And for me, a sore spot for that health office. We want to see if we can do something better there. And again, we have a pretty drastic drop-off and pickup area at Temecula Elementary School right there on Margarita Road in Moraga. Okay.
I'll finish this out here, but I want to go back to this slide. So the first 4 bullets is what we're looking to start implementing right away. They're not in that order. They're all 4 collectively the priority. After we finished those 4 projects, we would move on to Paloma, Paba Valley, Temecula Middle School, and Temecula Valley High School. Those would be next in line. For now, we would be starting all 4 of the first 4 bullets as projects. Now, what that means is you would next see, if we get the thumbs up tonight to move forward with those 4 bullets or those 4 projects, including the 3 modernizations and the elementary NPR stages, is we would need to hire architects, right? Those architects would help us develop how much would it cost to replace those portables with a permanent building? How much would it cost to expand the NPR? How much would it cost to put in a stage? Only an architect can tell us the cost estimates and design of what's even feasible for each one of these projects. So again, you see these contracts all the time. The next step would be hiring an architect and bringing those contracts to board for approval. We would then be reviewing in depth those facility master plans, right? We spent an entire year collecting data from and asking students, community members, parents, and staff how they felt that their sites could function better. So we would want to really dig deep into the facility master plan and utilize it as a tool to help drive that conversation. And we would come back to board to determine scope. And so we would come back to board and say, okay, here's all the things that we could, should, would do for each of these projects. Here's how much they cost. And the board would have discussion and take action to then determine scope. After the board approves scope, then we would bid the projects. So I don't want you to think that if you give a thumbs up today that we leave and we say thank you and then you aren't involved in the process every single step of the way. So for now, it's just the very first step to say we are good to proceed with hiring architects and moving forward with those 4 projects.
Is Margarita the band school that we talked, the band room that we not that?
Nope.
It's TMS.
That's Temecula Middle School. Yep.
That didn't show up in chasing modernization money. So, kind of using that as the initial guide for where do we go next. And it's, really about trying to make sure that we can continue doing work. Temecula Middle School was not in the, it's down there. It's in the list. The list is long.
Just not next.
Yeah. Okay, just a couple of quick questions. So these projects rose to the top based on the master plan?
No, based on, so the 3 modernizations really rose to the top based on state matching eligibility
got it.
and age of facilities, which kind of go hand
Right.
in hand. The stages is what rose to the top based on programmatic need. We received Prop 28 funds. We're talking about expanding VAPA, and that kind of coincided with that prioritization and
Okay.
establishing a standard to say all elementary schools are going to have a permanent stage in their facility if we can make it happen. Some spaces may not be able to accommodate it.
Okay. And the bathrooms for the football stadium at TV, are they on the list anywhere?
Well, if you saw TV is after those top four, TVHS.
Okay.
I can go back.
Because I'll tell you where
There.
yeah, those bathrooms, I'm telling you what, go in there at a football game. You'll know what I'm talking about. Okay. Anyway, that side note.
Look at how old that building is.
There's definitely got to be some drainage issues because you're walking through like a sloppy floor all the time in there. It's really gross. And I do not believe it's a custodial issue. Anyway, sidebar. Okay, so just to clarify, so I know that we had talked about the matching. I mean, that's been a subject since literally the day I came on this board. And I know that we got some because we heard that in your presentation about the budget. So my question is, so you spent the money 4 or 5 years ago. Now we get the money back. So now it's cash. You're talking about cash, not accrual. Like do you have to credit it back to that project and pretend you don't have it in your
You have to credit it back wherever fronted the money. So
Right.
if we used bond dollars, for
Okay.
example, to front the entire cost of the project, when we get reimbursed, those go back to the bond, and they're restricted for bond use. Yes.
Okay.
So on the bond dollars specifically, that was a practice that we had in place, but for purpose of like reporting transparency, we're actually encouraged to keep that in a separate fund. So that's kind of what makes it easier to now look at it as a separate number. And we are required to use it on a like-kind project.
It's restricted
that's where
for
I was going.
facilities.
Okay, perfect.
Projects.
So you get the money back and then you use it again on facilities. Okay,
Exactly.
perfect. That was my question. Okay, sorry, last one. So, so you're also saying that when you're looking at the things in the list for those 3 prioritized schools, Margarita, Temecula Elementary, go Tigers, please redo their front office and their pickup drop-off. It is treacherous. I can't believe more people haven't. It is really dangerous. But anyway, so when we see that on the list of priorities, it's not necessarily this whole school, then this whole school. It's going to go by project within those schools. And you'll look at each thing individually, and some things may go higher than others.
I believe we're going, so however much we do at Margarita, let's say we decide to build a second gym and replace all the portables, that will leave less dollars for another project. So what we will come back here is a list of options for scope. And we can say, here's what the staff and community say we need, here's what teachers say we need, and here's what is eligible for modernization. And then the board will make a decision on that scope, and depending on how much we spend, it just leaves more or less for future projects. And so I don't know if you'll recall, but Vintage Hills, when we determined their scope, there was a number of things that the board said, probably not going to spend $500,000 on a shade structure that's only X feet by X feet, and so that was cut out of the scope and reprioritized for other things. And so all of those are going to be wonderful conversations to have later, but for now, we're just looking for approval of the sites themselves and the projects themselves, so we can get all of those things going.
Okay, yeah.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, mostly. But so potentially we could go, okay, looking at everything when it came back, we're going to put Temecula Elementary front office first, then we're going to put outdoor space at Margarita next, then we're going to put Temecula Elementary pickup and drop-off areas next. Like, you could prioritize with, different projects at different schools.
We
We're not
could,
just gonna say
but we
all.
usually wouldn't, because you only want the electrician out there once. You
Yeah,
only
got it.
want the general, contractor out there
Mhm.
once. And so to maximize those dollars, you're going to do everything on that campus all at the same time. Now,
Okay.
we could develop the scope all at the same time, right? So we've got $65 million or $64.7 million. We could bring you all three of these at the same time, so you can allocate all of it or close to all of it. So that way it's not one at a time and you feel like, well, had I known Temecula Elementary School was going to cost this, I would have made a different decision for Nick Valley.
Mhm.
Or we could definitely bring you scope at the same time to make sure
Yeah.
all of the board's priorities are met, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I think that's great because like you're saying, and like your Vintage Hills example, maybe we say, well, seeing that this site needs this, maybe we don't do this at that site so that we can get as much done as possible.
That's
Okay,
completely
great.
understandable. Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you, and thank you. I love this facilities talk, and I love the master plan.
And Allison, Ms. Barclay, I just wanted to note too, when I first looked at the 2022 list of schools that needed modernized, I wanted to touch all of them. I really wanted to just go make a difference at all of the schools. The reality is that $60 million doesn't really go that far. And so it's helpful for us to be able to then have the conversation about those that have the highest student need so that we can then say, okay, now that we've made these hard decisions, what do we have left? And then hopefully at that point in time, we'll also have had a state bond come through and maybe some of the pipeline money will get funded as well. So that would be great. Yes, Mr. Schwartz. Absolutely.
You can't do all this stuff with kids there. So like if
Yeah.
you start doing, say, the driveways at Temecula Valley, at Temecula Elementary, that might be the whole summer.
And yes.
Before kids come back to school. And it also can't have summer school there, and you can't have bases there in the summer. So a lot of it is prioritizing when you can do it and how long the projects will take.
Thank you for pointing that out. That will be part of a developing scope as well as understanding what the impact is. And then if there is interim housing, understanding that has a huge implication on costs.
I thank you for your information, and I have one more additional question. I was thinking it, wasn't sure if I was going to ask it, but then a constituent reached out. So this is for all those people in Area 3. I was at Summit and just listening on the playground to all the parents talk about how much they love what's going on. And the talk kind of trickled into high school, French Valley, what would it take? And we kind of went through where Summit will go, and I know there's multiple stages. I know you don't have time to speak to this, but just in a couple of sentences, is there any hope in the future of that coming to fruition? What would have to happen in 8 years? It's definitely a long term, right? But that area is growing and growing. And
I think you're talking about high school 4?
Yes, like out in French Valley. And just listening to the Summit people, it made me so happy to hear they're planning for the future and want to be out there and want to keep their kids in that area. So
And
just wondering.
it's a dream, it would be a dream for me also to build high school 4 and to be part of a project from the ground up to service that community in that area. As Amber mentioned earlier, unfortunately, we don't qualify for new construction funding because we're not growing in enrollment, where if we could get a state bond to pay for half of it, then we could really have some fruitful conversations. So if we could get to a place where we're growing in enrollment and justify and be able to get that state matching, I think we could get there. Also, building a high school from the ground up, I want to say is close to $200 million. And so I can't foresee with existing funding sources that we would be able to accomplish that. But maybe if we went out for another bond specifically for that purpose or to include that, then, so it would be funding source for the matching, but then also qualifying for the matching, I can imagine, would be what we would need to do in order to proceed with that project. I think when we purchased the property, we were in a place of growth and we thought for sure we would get there. And all of a sudden we had this huge contraction for a number of reasons in our enrollment. And now all of a sudden it's hard to justify because we're not at capacity at our 3 comprehensive high schools, we can definitely accommodate all of the existing students, and we're decreasing in enrollment every year.
What percentage of growth do you need in order to see any kind of option for that? And then also, if Temecula Valley Charter were to move to their new location, and I'm hoping all that works out, does that leave any space for anything different other than a large high school, but something piggybacking on Summit? Again, that's probably all just dream talking, but I just didn't know if there were any other caveats, because obviously people are leaving the district in California. It's just going to be a problem. So I hear everything you're saying. Just didn't know if there was anything else to kind of float out to those folks of hope, stay here.
I'm going to get a bus and just drive around other cities and pick up kids and bring them in.
I mean, you need a huge growth, you're saying.
Yes,
it would have to
need
be like
significant
15%,
growth.
20%.
We would need significant growth to
Yeah.
say that we can't accommodate them on our current comprehensive high schools, and we're growing so much that we would need to build a facility to accommodate them.
Because there's a wait list now for Summit. I mean, when you listen to what's going on, you can just feel the excitement and the momentum. So they'd love to carry that into something else. So thank you.
I share the same dream.
Thank you both.
So do I have the thumbs up for the 4 bullet points to move forward?
Yes. Yes. That's right. Okay. We are on to negotiations update. Mr. Arce, do you have anything?
Thank you, Dr. Komorowski. We met with TVA yesterday, actually, and also had an ad hoc budget committee meeting with them last week. We'll meet with TVA again on Tuesday, the 14th. And we'll meet with CSEA on Wednesday, the 15th. And we also plan on sunshining reopeners with CSEA at our next board meeting. And as we honor Employee Appreciation, I just want to say to both CSEA and TVA that we greatly appreciate their work in collaboration at the negotiations table, in our labor relations meetings, and most importantly, the impact that they make on our students. So thank you, and we appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're on to board comments. Anybody want to go first?
We could start down here today. If you don't mind, we'll go this way. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Sweet.
Yes, very excited to appreciate our teachers, as always. Lots of great activities going on at all the sites, and my heartfelt appreciation to all of the teachers at all of our sites, and especially those who have touched the lives of my personal children. And I won't be emotional, but my time having children is coming to an end here in the next, what is it, 23 days? 22 days. Thanks a lot. Just kidding. I attended the Crystal Apple Awards on Sunday night, and there was one really adorable student who spoke that I might have had a special affinity for, and she did great. But it was I love that event. It's so fun to see so many teachers there all together and getting the honors and listening to the kids talk about why they love their teachers so specifically. It's really, really cool. And a lot of the teachers mentioned how great it is to get an award from their students, that any award is great, but hearing directly from their students is really meaningful, and the kids really did such a fantastic job. So love that event. I attended Unified Sports, track and field at Chaparral. Always amazing. I love Unified. It's really so cool to see all 6 high schools in the area get together and bring together students. And if you don't know, I might have mentioned it before, but the kids actually earn varsity letters participating, and the students, the gen ed students and special ed students, can both earn varsity letters by participating in Unified Sports. And they wear their Letterman's jackets to the games with their letters on them, and it is so fantastic. And my own daughter, who was the president of the club, she has that embroidered on her jacket. She's so proud of it, and it's such a great program, and I really appreciate all of it takes a lot of teachers and staff and effort and buses and snacks, and tents and all kinds of things to put every single event on. And I know it's a ton of work, and everybody does such a fantastic job to create these opportunities for every student. So shout out to all the people who help with those. Congratulations to our award winners tonight. It's really so fun, again, to see the students here. And of course, TVHS basketball was really great to see them with their honors. I attended Student of the Month. Also, love that one. Hearing the kids' stories, fantastic. CTE Advisory Committee and the Athletic Committee. I love those because they're Zoom meetings, so it's great. I love to hear the details of things that are going on behind the scenes and be able to learn and sometimes contribute, but mostly just learn. And then, of course, as you heard, the TVHS stunt team is going to state. So they're going, this weekend, going to Fresno. First time ever, I believe. I believe this was their first time going to CIF, and they were amazing, so fantastic. So shout out to that team. And of course, their amazing coach, Juve, who has coached she's coached all through sideline and now coaches stunt and is taking them to state. So she has been amazing. And just lastly, I want to thank our student reps that came. They made me get teary thinking this was the last time we were going to see them. They come and they take time out of their schedule to give us their presentations, and I know that they spend so much time working on those just to give us that great information, and I've gotten to know each of them just a little bit, and it's been fantastic. They bring so much fun and to these meetings that sometimes are not that fun, but they are always fun and always great to hear from them, and we will miss those seniors. And congratulations to them on moving on.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay. Ms. Worsma.
So I'd like to piggyback on that. I totally appreciated you sharing that about the students, and here's what came to mind. Making the videos and kind of going that direction came out of a negative in a sense because of boardroom just chaos at times. So we went through that, but how beautiful it is on the other side to see that we've got these videos and the students. It was so neat to see the emotion because I think it's a character building experience to be in here. It hasn't been the easiest thing to do, and I concur. I loved hearing from them and just knowing that they're moving on and they'll have stories to share about their experience. As I mentioned, I went to Summit Academy for their open house. Really loved it. I know innovation and leadership is big on their list there, and it was fun to look at the putt-putt golf projects with the missions in California and just to see the creative aspects woven through education. Their walls are amazing. They've got so many things going on there, and I just loved talking to the families. The entrepreneurial team gave me nachos. Well, actually, that's not true. I got a $5 bill from friends who let me support them and enjoy and just talk to those kids for a while. Keith Moore out there has got just incredible leadership. We're so, so blessed. And I know the families love it. So I enjoyed that. I also really enjoyed the Crystal Apple celebration the other night. I know, Steve, we missed you, but it was really gratifying to see these students decide who to honor and recognize, and it was definitely led in a very classy way. So with the music and with the heartfelt words of inspiration, and just seeing the teachers up there and how humble they were in receiving that and looking at the joy of the students and saying, we're happy to be part of this. I just think it's an incredible legacy, and I really appreciate the LDS Church, and it's a church. Just note, it's so special what they do, and I look forward to it. So anyway, shout out to all of you who organized that. It was definitely a highlight for me of the week. I also got to go to the Smart Start program hosted at James L. Day Middle School, and that was fantastic because it was an outreach for students, not just in our district, but also outside the district. We had people come from our charter schools. We had homeschool families come. I know Mr. Vickery was there, and it was great to see Officer Lassick really share some nuts and bolts that even I sat up and listened to, and to hear him just encourage our students with what they need to be safer drivers. I know e-bikes are an issue, driving's an issue, but it really felt like he did a fantastic job engaging people. We kind of looked around and went, wow, these kids are still paying attention. I mean, it slides, and the guy didn't use a microphone the whole night. So I just loved that we had that and hosted it at TVUSD, and I hope that we can do another one next year because the parents definitely appreciated it. It was just a side note. And safety is important, for sure. I've had some people reach out with ideas that they have about parents and kids going too fast around the schools. And I just want to encourage you out there, do write me, email me, because I do take the time to do a lot of talking to people behind the scenes, and we do appreciate your input. So there's several things that I'm hoping to talk to Mr. Vickery about with suggestions and things that people see. And that's how we get better and better and better, is if we collectively work together. So I am grateful for Teacher Appreciation Week, Staff Appreciation. Again, I come from a family of educators, so do know that I value the time that you put in. And for all the negative that's been spoken tonight, I want you to know that I deeply appreciate what everybody gives, whether they're in classified, certificated, our directors. I do appreciate you, and I hope this week you hear that from the families. There was somebody who shared tonight from the union, and it was very heartfelt with the emotions. And she kind of pointed at me and Joseph. And to that person, I would just say, I'm with you. I hear you. We support you. Yes, we've had our issues, but I think we can get past them. I really do. And thank you again, if you're a teacher, for touching the lives of our students, because we know you make such an impact. And to look at the families at Summit and just the love they had in their classrooms, you can see it. And that's the joy for me. I don't care what kind of angst we go through. That's the joy, is looking at the families and the kids and knowing we do a many good thing every single day and every week. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Wursma. Mr. Schwartz, do you have any comments?
Oh, yeah. I kept adding as I was listening to everyone else. I had two really nice visits last week, French Valley and Summit Academy. I'm constantly amazed at all the great things that go on in our school. I shouldn't really be amazed anymore. I visited every school in our district, and when I leave, I usually take the principal aside and have a little chat with them, and I say to them, I'd work here and I'd send my kids here, and that's about the best I could say about any school. I was really happy to help a little bit on Teacher Appreciation Week. I dropped off some snacks at all my schools, some healthy ones and some junky ones. So I gave everyone a bag of apples, but then I also brought some chocolate and some chips, and some sodas, so whatever they needed. I try to get them what they need. I also went to Unified Sports for the first time, and that was amazing. I talked to a bunch of the parents who were there with their children, and that was really, really a special time. I'm sorry Mr. Yerkes left, who's a teacher at Great Oak. I've been following his daughter. She applied to Georgetown, and she got in, and I wanted to congratulate her, Gianna, on getting into Georgetown. My son went to school in D.C., and it's a wonderful place to go to school. I had several meetings this month. One was the ASB committee, also the Employee Recognition Committee and the Retirement Committee. That was really nice, talking about the plans that we made for the things that are going on. That young lady who was here, Abby, from who's going to be at Great Oak, I was at the graduation at Vale Ranch when she was one of the 3 honorees, and Kathy Eisler, the principal, said to me, make sure that girl gets involved at Great Oak because she's phenomenal. And when I saw her before, I said something to her. I said, do you remember I met you at graduation? She says, oh yeah, you were there. I said, I told Principal Ricken that you were going to be a great addition to the school, and there you are. Today's Holocaust Remembrance Day. For those of you who may not have heard, there's a lot of special days. For those of us who have lost family in the Holocaust and are abhorred by the anti-Semitism that's going on in this country, I only ask you to try to think about the people who were slaughtered and what they were slaughtered for. So I think about it a lot. I have cousins and still, I have a cousin in LA who was a survivor of Bergen-Belsen. His parents were inmates there, and he actually was born in the camp after the Holocaust. And so I just say a little silent prayer every day for the people who were survivors and for all of us to try to be nice to each other.
Words. I'll start by saying for the Teaching Appreciation Week, really stoked for the teachers. You deserve the praise this week, and I would like to think, and I'm willing to bet, that each and every teacher in this district has a drummer boy story like the video that we saw at the last board meeting when the kid's fidgety and then the teacher says, you know what, I think you should maybe try drumming. I bet you each and every teacher has a story like that, and it's awesome. So anyway, shout out to all the teachers for all you do. Really appreciate your hard work. I'm with Mr. Schwartz with the Holocaust Remembrance Day as well. I feel like I see, and I tell my students, you know, there's college campuses across our United States that are being trashed by this anti-Semitism, and it's disgusting. If people want healthy debate as students, they can engage in healthy debate, but people are going to get hurt, there's violence, and it's trashing our universities. So really sad. What else? There was a young man in the audience today, I believe a teacher, said somebody was making fun of a speech impediment that he had with a lisp. I'd be the first to condemn that. It was just very fallacious and ignorant of this young man to accuse me of thinking the same thing because somebody on social media knows me or follows me or friends with me. Therefore, it follows that I make fun of this guy too. That's just horrific. I don't make fun of people with speech impediments or any other deficiencies about them. In fact, I remember a story my dad told me when I was in 4th grade in Fort Bragg. He was a Green Beret, and he did missions in Africa. And I'll never forget this because me and my brother Jeremiah were spoiled with toys coming out at the Yin Yang. He brings me back from Africa. He brings me back a toy from that he got from a kid, and I'll never forget it. He said, "Here's a toy that the kid gave me," and I gave him a canteen because he was really excited that, you know, a U.S. soldier gave him something. And I was like, oh, and I looked at it. My dad said that was the only toy the kid had. And I was like, wow. And he told me, and I never forgot this. He goes, it's getting late. Never make fun of the disadvantages that somebody else has that you don't have. And it stuck with me as a little boy all the way to now. And that goes into autism, speech impediments, hearing problems. I was born cross-sighted. I had 2 operations on my eyes. People look at me and make fun of me. I see pictures on social media and signs, you know, trying to make me look cross-sighted. You know, it's disgusting. So I'm the first to condemn that. I'm with that young man. I don't approve of any making fun of somebody like that. So it irritates me that he got made fun of. So there we go. I also heard when we gave a 5-minute recess that there was threats of violence outside. It was potentially a teacher. I don't know. This is what I heard. And all I want to say is I want safe board meetings here, even amongst the disagreement. The disagreement flies back and forth. I have the impossible task of governing this meeting. I do the best I can. So I would just say I want safe meetings. Some people really get emotionally involved. I completely understand, but literally threats of violence, it's got to stop. People are going to get hurt. So that's just my perspective and opinion on that. Last, there's many false claims made about me tonight. I'm not going to sit here and defend them all. I don't have to. But I just want the audience to know out there that watches online, you've heard many false statements. You email me in person, and if you want clarity, I'll give it to you. Now we get to the fun stuff. I visited 11 sites in the last 3 weeks, so I'll go pretty quickly. Nicholas Valley Elementary School, shout out to Caitlin and Corey for welcoming me. Dr. Woods, Paloma Elementary School, shout out to Kim. Actually, the 3 Kims. I don't forget the Kim names because there's 3 of them in the front office. Kim, the principal. Shout out to Great Oak High School, Amy and Anthony. Thank you for that wonderful last visit. Thank you, Anthony, for walking me over to Colonel Babarides so I could congratulate him on his cadet going to the Air Force Academy. It was super fun talking to him. I was really jazzed. And I said, he's going to be a fighter pilot like you? And he said, no, he's going to follow his dad's footsteps and fly cargo planes. In fact, and then he invited me out and Anthony to go to the Air Force Base to maybe fly in one. And I said, well, can I jump out of the plane? Because he knew I was an Army Ranger, and I jumped out, and we just started laughing. But I love that colonel, and I love the ROTC program he has there, and it's always a joy meeting him. Bella Vista Middle School, shout out to Amy. If she offers you a cup of coffee, you cannot refuse. You just cannot, because, well, yeah. If you haven't had her cup of coffee, just let her offer it, and then you just take it, and you tell me what you thought. Par excellence. Carlos, the custodian, bless his heart, he came out there and met me in the front too. He goes to my church. I really like him, think he's a cool guy. Felt love there. Susan, Livornia Elementary, shout out to Aaron. Gardner Middle School, yay. That wasn't a site visit, but I got to see Shrek the musical. I actually took my wife and my son, Sarah, the vice principal there. She was the most gracious gem, one of the most gracious gems I've ever met in the district. She made me feel extremely welcome, me and my wife and my son. We got to meet the director of the play, and these kids were just awesome in their acting. I was highly impressed. Really, really loved it. Summit Academy, Keith, Jimmy, Mr. Schwartz, he was with me. That was a fun site visit. Shout out to all the students. One of the things we saw was all these golf holes that they took. A lot of the national park themes and made them into holes. And we actually tried to golf a few. They were really tough. But that was really fun. And all the artistic, I would say, thoughtfulness in how they incorporate their pedagogy with students and how they break them up, and they might switch with multiple first graders going through multiple students, playing outside, opening the windows, studying in the corridor. It just has a completely different feel than any other school in our district. I love going up there. Alamos Elementary, shout out to Jennifer, Tiffany, and Taryn. They were so professional. I've never had a handout on a site visit. This is what we're going to do. This is who we're going to see. And I thought, wow, very professional. Love that. Chaparral High School, I went to the Mean Girls play. Got to see Tina there. I met Jess and his wife, Suzanne, the RN. I never saw Mean Girls, and Tina goes, "You've never seen it?" And I usually have seen movies like that with my daughter, all kinds of movies, but for some reason we skipped over that. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Very excited to see the wonderful acting. It was incredible. To say the least. And there wasn't one great main actor. There was like 10 to 15. I mean, I was highly impressed. The Crystal Apple Awards at the Church of Latter-day Saints, the leadership of the young men and women there was most impressive. And the bishops and the presidents, they were so graceful, it was unbelievable. And yes, that special student, your daughter, Mrs. Barclay, spoke very well. Very proud of her. I had a front row seat to the 4 cello players. Secretly, cello's my favorite instrument, even though I can't play it. I play guitar, but I loved listening to them. Very, very awesome experience. And you got to see from an insider perspective of the students who are really stoked on these teachers and their leadership skills and how they promote, how they select. Really cool to see that. So thank you, leadership, for inviting us to that. I can't wait to go next year. Last but not least, I am excited to go to the Edwin Drood play this Friday. And I don't know anything about it, like I did Mean Girls, so I'm excited to go there and see the wonderful acting from that drama program as well. And I think that's about it for my comments tonight. Dr. Woods.
The only person we haven't mentioned yet regarding the Crystal Apple Award is Ann Pulsifer, and we want to thank Ann for her organization, 20th year, and for what the kids did was just really phenomenal on Sunday. Yep. Also, May 7th is the National Day of the Teacher today, And the classified employee week is May 19th through the 25th. So what we do is we go out next week as a leadership team and hand out cookies to every employee in the district. It's a simple gesture, but we do so much appreciate what our staff does for our kids every day, and we hope the cookie helps a little bit. And thank you, board, tonight for these great conversations. It was a great debate, and I love that. And like I said, we can be hard on the issues. Let's just be soft on each other.
Thank you. I agree. Future agenda items. Do we have anything pending from any other board member or Dr. Woods? Sweet. We are now on to announcement of the next meeting. The next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for June 11, 2024. The meeting is adjourned on May 7, 2024 at 10:24 p.m. Thank you.